Good morning. This meeting of the State Board of Higher Education, Tuesday, May 24th, 8:30 a.m. is called to order. First, I'd like to open with just a comment about yesterday's Envision 2030. I want to thank everybody. Most everybody here was at that meeting. That was a very impressive turnout of people interested in the meeting. I mean, to me, to have our young Aiden, 10 years old, write to our lieutenant governor and governor, and all of our cabinet and interested parties attending, that speaks volumes to the interest and to the desire of everybody to take an ownership in the future of education here in North Dakota. And I really want to thank everybody for their participation. And also follow up, action needs to come of this. And I have to say that our representative, Bob Martinson, gave us a very good scenario. Do something. Follow up. These are great lists, but do something with them. So I think that is really my takeaway from yesterday. And I do want to thank the students that attended with us. At this point, Christy, if you'd call roll.
Board Chair Nesset.
Here.
Mr. Morton.
Here.
Dr. Melliker.
Here.
Mr. Steeman.
Here.
Mr. Johnson. Ms. Reichert.
Here.
Mr. Ness.
Here.
Mr. Hacker. Here. Ms. Tufte. Here. Dr. Murphy.
Here.
Thank you. Any updates, changes to the agenda? I have, under board policy, at the beginning, first readings, we will add policy 1202.1 to the agenda. Will also be on a first reading. I would like to shift to page 2, item number 17. Pretty much the audit committee update will be included in the first reading board policy, so we really don't need that on the agenda at number 17. We will be reviewing that during our policy review. I also will take the presentation recognition plaques to outgoing board members. Our student member, Brett, is not able to join us, so I'd like to put that off until he can join us in June. So we will do that. And Emma, we'll say our farewells in June to you as well. Any other changes or additions to the agenda?
Madam Chair, you said item 17 or 18?
Excuse me. Ooh, I must have an old agenda. I have 17.
But you're talking about the audit committee recommendation.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
18 on the,
Is it
okay.
18?
On the updated, I believe, most recent one.
Okey-doke. You are right. I am on an older version. Item 18, thank you. Appreciate the correction. Any other changes to agenda? Hearing none, a motion to approve? And second?
Second.
Okay, Christie?
Dr. Melliker.
Yes.
Mr. Hacker.
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Mr. Steeman.
Yes.
Ms. Reichert.
Yes.
Mr. Ness.
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset.
Yes. Item number 2, March 15 meeting minutes. They have been presented to us in advance. If there are no changes or additions, may we have a motion to approve the meeting minutes.
Motion to move as presented.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Christie?
Mr. Ness. Ms. Reichert.
Yes.
Mr. Hacker.
Yes.
Dr. Melliker.
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Mr. Steeman.
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset.
Yes. Item number 3, let's begin with Laura Schratt, and if you'd start with the first reading for 1202.1, please, Laura.
Oh, wait a minute. Which one do you want? You said 1202.1, which is not her.
Oh, that's not Laura?
No, it's me, Lisa.
Excuse me, Lisa. 1202.1. Sorry about that, Laura.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This somehow got left off the agenda, so I apologize for that. This was approved at the Chancellor's Cabinet at the last meeting. We are beginning our rewrite of our information technology security policies. And in your board policy, policy section, if you were to look, IT policies are under 1900 miscellaneous. So we're proposing to break those out, put them in a new section in the 1200 section. And so this is our first policy in that section. There is one In the old section, there is, if you look, there's a sheet in your packet with kind of a grid. 1900 is one, 1901.2 is one huge, long procedure, and it's very, very hard to follow. So our idea is that we're breaking that apart into various components to make it easier for people to maintain and understand. So that's what you see those arrows are about. So that we can break those components of information technology security into physical security, for example, desktop security, disaster recovery, and so on. So this is the first policy in that group, 1202.1, and this is our acceptable use policy. I'm sure every school and every business has an acceptable use policy that their employees need to follow, and that is this policy. And this is our first reading. This is Brad Miller. He is our Information Technology Security Officer. And if you have any questions of us, we can direct them to Brad.
Lisa, you mentioned that this basically replaces our computer and network usage policy, and as I've glanced through it, a lot of the concepts are very similar. So are there any substantive changes in the policy language from what our current usage policy is?
Yes, thank you. My name is Brad Miller. I'm the Director of Information Security for NDUS. And I've been working with in the past year, we stood up something called the Information Security Council, which is made up of members of each campus and the Core Technology Services Group. We've been working on policies and standards. This is the first policy, as Lisa mentioned. And we basically took 1901.2, which was a long procedure, and we took out the parts of that that looked like acceptable use. So actually, 1901.2, the intent is to keep that in force with maybe some language that says anything that's redundant, or this would be the one that would be in force, but keep 1901.2 because there are other things in there we haven't addressed yet. So this is just the acceptable use items pulled out and some additional things added. And there's probably 3 or 4 sections in there that were not addressed at all in 1901.2, but I don't know what they are offhand, to be honest, so we could get back to you on that.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Lisa or Brad, which employees have to sign off on the acceptable use? And do you do that on a yearly basis, or how often do they do that?
Is it yearly? I'm not sure each campus is up to them, but yeah, when you're a new hire, you have to sign off.
I mean, at UND, it's yearly.
Okay.
It's yearly?
Yes.
So when changes like this are made, do people then have to sign off on?
Yes, they would have to re-sign this.
The
The new
updated
one, they will be
policy.
signing the new one, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Chancellor? Yes.
I just want to commend Lisa and this team and all the campuses. I was at a conference down in Wichita, and major discussions on security, and they talked about how North Dakota was actually among university systems doing on the higher tier of this, and I asked them to give me that, whatever that study was. So again, compliments to all the campuses and what you're doing, your task force, and you'll be seeing more of this stuff going on. So yeah, thanks for what you're doing.
Any additional questions? This is first reading of this policy.
Yeah, so I have a language question on responsibilities. As I read 1D, refrain from acceptable behavior. Refrain means try not to. Please don't do that, maybe, but it doesn't say don't. Right? Refrain is a very polite way, maybe, of saying don't do this, but refrain is plenty of wiggle room. And do we want to say refrain, or do we want to say something stronger?
We can certainly.
Yeah, we can look at that, and that's interesting that you brought that up, because the CIO Council also addressed the language and how strong we wanted to be on certain ones, and we actually did make a number of them a little more, the language a little stronger, but that is one we could address as well.
Yeah, and I would just recommend the committee take a look at that, because I know, sitting on policy committees myself and drafting policies, that sometimes you want to try to be less forward, but but then you create issues when you don't, so.
We can sure do that.
That was the one concern I picked up on.
Any other comments? Hearing none. Lisa and Brad, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Now, we will move on to the next, I believe we'll do all these first readings as one motion. Do we do we do a motion on first readings? Can we do them all together? Okay, let's move on to Laura Schratt with policies 302.2 and 802.8.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Laura Schratt. I'm the NDUS Director of Audit Services. And what you have in your packet are 2 updates to SBHE policies. Policy number 302.2 is the Audit Committee policy. Policy 802.8 is the Internal Audit Charter. There are minor and substantive changes on both of these policies. For policy number 302.2, the Audit Committee, the minor change is that we restructured a couple of the sections because both the Director of Audit Services and the Compliance Officer report to the Audit Committee, and there were 2 sections, and we kind of combined them into one if they had a similar message. The substantive change is that we are adding a section under number 2, authority, regarding noncompliance. This gives the authority to charge for external audit services or increase the assessment of internal audit or compliance costs. Any proposed action would require full board approval. On policy 802.8, the internal audit charter, we did minor changes, including changing the chief auditor wording to the Director of Audit Services. We added wording that internal audit may be consulted when new systems or procedures are designed to help address adequate internal controls. We added wording that unplanned audits can occur, and added wording that the internal audit reports issued by any institutional internal audit activity will also be submitted to the Director of Audit Services. Our substantive changes are in number 2, role and obligation, that each campus has a responsibility to have internal audit activity. It provides options to achieve this, as well as an implementation window, and requesting that this be in place by the beginning of fiscal 18. And another substantive change is organization, that the internal audit activity reporting lines include an indirect report to the Director of Audit Services and the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Laura. And since I am on Audit Committee, along with Dr. Melliker and Mr. Steeman, these are the issues that we dealt with and went through at length in our committee meeting 2 weeks ago?
May 17th.
17th, okay. We went through clearly, when we talk about this implementing fiscal year 18, we really took into account the fact that campuses needed time to be able to meet these new goals and new guidelines. We tried to do it sooner, but we really couldn't. Dr. Melliker, do you have any input you want to, as far as the discussion, or Mr. Steeman, on this policy that we talked about?
I actually felt that with the amount of effort we have put into our new Director of Audit and Director of Compliance, the sooner we could move forward with these services, the better off it will be for our system and for our colleges and universities. The most difficult part that I guess I took away from the discussions has been, how do we figure out what colleges and universities are going to be working together to accomplish that, with the reasonable goal of getting that put together by 2018. Yeah. And a suggestion was made regionally. Maybe there's other suggestions out there, but I think the sooner we get moving on this, especially with the amount of effort that we've put into it, the better.
I agree. Mr. Steeman?
I'll just concur with those thoughts.
Okay, thank you. And I really want to say that, this really helps define the roles and the reporting responsibility of compliance and internal audit. And I really think it streamlines and helps define that direction of those positions. Dr. Murphy?
Yeah, so a couple relatively straightforward questions. To whom does the Director of Audit Services report?
I report directly to the Audit Committee.
Okay, so, so not to the Chancellor, not to a President, Okay, so we're good there.
Yeah,
And
which
my-
essentially then is to the board.
Right,
Okay.
right. To the committee and to the board.
To the committee and to the
Right.
board, and they also are housed separately from the university system office,
Right.
even though they're in this building, which helps create a little bit of, you know.
Insulation, so to speak.
Insulation to their
Yeah.
work.
Yeah, and that allows them to do your job appropriately. So now, my other question is on, for 802.8. UND and NDSU has retained their internal audit function, is my understanding?
Correct.
UND has an internal audit function, NDSU doesn't have one yet.
Okay, NDSU does not have internal audit function yet.
Correct.
Do we have any other institutions that have an internal audit function?
No.
Okay. So I guess my question is, as we move into the next legislative session, you know, this audit was a sort of a lightning rod, so to speak. I don't really know why, but it was. And, you know, I think it's very important that we chart the course as to why this has to occur and so forth. Because I'm a little worried about, you know, the legislature versus the board. And I mean, I recognize internal audit functions are needed, desperately needed. And I just think it's important that all sides see it from the same point of view, and this doesn't become some kind of contentious issue. So, do you think we're in alignment with
I do, and I
legislature?
think that this, and I'll defer to the committee as well, but I think that was clearly discussed in committee was number one, the reporting structure is that internal audit and compliance reports essentially to the board. And I think that's the part that legislature really wanted, if I understand the intent of what the legislature wanted, was to develop that conduit of communication between audit and the board to help, just really as a kind of a stopgap between where things might be dropped and might be missed. But Mr. Seaman, do you have any input on that to answer Dr. Murphy?
Well, I agree. I don't know that it's looked at the same way, you know, by both entities, but I think we're left with this option at this point in time where the institutions are responsible for their internal audit function, and I think it's imperative that when it comes to prioritizing how we are spending money, I think that's an imperative area, because it's not one that you want to leave unchecked or unmonitored. And also, I agree with you. I think there's that insulation factor. They're functionally on a day-to-day basis, chief of staff technically, but they have a direct line to the audit committee and the board. And that's the most important thing, is that they have that ability, if there's any concern, to communicate directly with us. So, but I do think it's important, and Kevin talked about it. It's one of those things where you can have a really nice new car, and if you say, I'm going to take care of everything except I'm not going to put any oil in it, you know, it's probably not a great place to save money, you know. And so I just, as far as the internal audit function goes, I think it's important that we have something in place as soon as possible on every campus.
Mr. Hacker?
Madam Chair, two questions for the folks that were on that committee. One, was there any discussion of volume of information that's going to be transmitted to, based on 802.8, the last minor change, that all these internal audit reports will go to the Director of Audit Services? Has there been a discussion of what that might look like, how much information that might be?
No, not at this point. I do get the reports from the UND internal audit, and that's the only other internal audit function we have right now, so I do see those.
And then my second question is there any time or guidance spent on what is an internal audit as defined? Because frankly, the word audit is extremely broad. Could be department, could be for a research grant that they have to submit some sort of review. Does that information, you know, I'm trying to understand how extensive this is. And was there consideration to the definition of what internal audits you're talking about? Do they just declare it's an internal audit and then they decide to give the information to you? Or it's a review and they don't give the information to you? Was that discussed in the group?
We did not discuss that directly. Any official audit reports that, as of right now, that UND issues, I do see, in addition to the fraud hotline reports.
But these will also be internal audits that will be generated within your department as well.
Well, it was really addressing going forward when we do have internal audit function at some of the smaller, at the other campuses, that I do at least see what they're doing. And I do see the reports that they issue.
Dr. Milliker?
I was just going to say, I think we discussed that a little bit as we put together the job description for Laura and also for our Director of Compliance. And there were, and I can't remember exactly, but there were quite a few specific issues that we needed to talk about and to make sure that they got done. One is the internal function, audit function throughout our system. As we were going through this discussion, we had some colleges that, as you mentioned, that don't have any internal audit function, and I agree with Eric, that's totally inappropriate. We need to make sure that our finances are appropriate, and then we also have our external audits that are being done by the state auditor's office, and sometimes, I don't know if because of our schedules or because of our interest or because of the time that it takes, we spend a lot of time looking through those. And so I think that was one of the functions as well, to help us understand some of those as they're coming across, to hopefully pick up issues that occur early. We need to now address issues that have maybe not been addressed for quite a few years. And so we're actually playing catch-up on some of these things and trying to clean up some of the things that have happened in the past, towards no reflection on anybody or anything. But as soon as we do that, I think we would understand the workload, we would understand where Laura's coming from, how much effort we need to make this a very viable committee, which in my opinion it should, and I'd want it to be.
So my question, how many audits reports do you see from UND right now?
They just started sending them to me, and I received, I think, 2 in the last week. One was a fraud hotline investigation, and I can't remember what the other one was. But they do have a audit plan, and they go and they perform the audits that they've determined need to get done. And those would be the ones that I would be seeing.
Now, the other question I have is, will you have any oversight then, other than getting the reports? Do you have any additional oversight over the internal audit function at the campus level? In other words, if you, or the committee, I mean, clearly the committee can, because the board has that constitutional authority, but, you know, one of my concerns is, you know, are we going to have somebody saying, hey, you need to audit this area, it hasn't been audited in a long time, let's do an internal audit on that. You know, and I'm trying to figure out how all that's going to function, because that becomes pretty important as well.
I think that goes back to Mr. Hacker's point as well. What is essentially the job description and what are the guidelines for internal audit? To me, this is all the part of why we do first readings, you know, to have this discussion and say, these are items that we would like to talk to. I will point out that we do have a couple of resources in the room as well, with our state auditor is present here. Thank you for joining us. And also, we have some legislators here. So this is the time to pose these questions, and anybody who would like to, you know, get some clarification on what the internal audit should be, this is the time to do it. And to bring this back, Laura, we truly are looking to you as well to help guide us through what is an acceptable best practice for what Dr. Murphy and Mr. Hacker are asking.
Well, Madam Chair, I will tell you that what I'd like to do as part of my job was to we wanted to do a risk-based assessment at all the, you know, at our level up here, and then tie that into what the campuses are doing to determine what is supposed to be audited. And then, you know, we would be relying on the campuses to tell us what they tend to do is ask their management and their senior staff, you know, what areas they think should be audited. That would be included in a risk-based audit plan. They'd have a plan and they'd go through it as, you know, as time permits, based on the risk level. If something else comes up in the meantime that's important, they might have to reorganize their priorities. So the idea is that we'd have a coordinated plan amongst the institutions on what they feel they'd like to work on as far as a risk-based audit plan, and in conjunction with what we think is also a risk-based plan.
So I think you're getting at something that's a little more comprehensive, perhaps, than what we have in place right now.
It would be, at this point, though, we wouldn't be directing the audits unless, we felt there was a high priority item, and we would be looking for campus input from their internal audit staff so we can work together.
I think as we've looked through this issue over the past 3 weeks, it has come to light that some of the presidents don't feel that they have access to those audit reports or access to that information before they come to the audit committee. And I think we talked about that, did we not, or not?
I'm not sure that we did.
But that's an important part of the equation, that, the president certainly should be aware of the audits that have been done at the university and what the findings were, but with that information moving on to the audit committee.
Correct.
Chair
Yes.
Nassett? So as we're preparing for the fiscal year 17 and then the biennial budgets, I don't recall seeing internal audit as a priority in those guidelines, and I would defer to Tammy or budget finance if that's been included. So if we can give our campuses an upfront idea of what the costs may be, so that if this is a board priority, it can begin at the forefront instead of trying to add in after some of those choices are made.
I think part of this was why we delayed to fiscal year 18, was we realized that we couldn't do it for fiscal year 17 because that is a month away in preparation and budgeting and allowing. So that would be impossible for our cabinet to be able to do that, to meet that milestone. That's where the fiscal year 18 came in. We did discuss this. We talked about this in committee, about what the cost and part of the whole thing, Ms. Tufte, was to be able to take this into a regional sense so that campuses would be able to share some of this. And once again, this is the part of shared services where we're not everybody with their own internal audit. But we have to get the guidelines put in place through the help of our internal audit. And of course, our go-to would be the state auditor's office for guidelines and recommendations on it. And once again, I'll defer to cabinet or to committee.
I was just going to say that as we talked about this, the basis for the cost of the services was, it seemed to be, if it was based on enrollment, is probably the fairest way to do that. And so you would combine, let's say, a university with large enrollments, let's just say NDSU, with Valley City and with Wapaton, for example, and then Grand Forks, you could pair them with Mayville and Lake Region. And the audit functions might be different versus 2-year schools versus 4-year schools, but I don't think the end result of the audits are any different. The needs might be a little bit different. That's just a thought.
Any additional comments or questions on this?
I do.
Yes.
Chair Nesset, I hesitate sometimes to sit here and act like we are caught off guard by the need for internal audit function. It's a preventative approach.
Mm-hmm.
We knew at the end of last legislative session there was $300,000 for the biennium appropriated for internal audit.
Mm-hmm.
That was last biennium, and so we realized that it really was going to fall on the shoulders of the institutions to take care of that. And it comes back to this: you don't have to do any internal audit if you don't want. You can risk and say, I hope the external auditors don't catch anything, or I hope we do everything right. Internal audit is simply spot checks. Are we doing this procedure right? Are there concerns or maybe responses to fraud hotlines? And so it's a little frustrating that there isn't, internal audit set up, but at the campus level, other than University of North Dakota. So, Nick, in response to your question, there is a fair amount of latitude for an internal auditor. Mm-hmm. You can pick and choose, and based on whether it's concerns that are raised, whether it's just say, hey, we're going to do this particular area, whatever it might be, there's a fair amount of latitude. And what we've done is given our audit director direct line to the board, so they are insulated, and at the same time, set up a system that we believe in language, and we can change language here and there, but set up that allows her to effectively communicate and work with each campus individually on an as-needed basis. And so I'm a little bit frustrated because it's not like this is, gosh, we just found this out yesterday. We aren't really well funded for internal audit. We are as efficiently funded as we possibly can be under the terms of the last legislative session. So hopefully we can adapt and not allow it to be a concern here moving forward.
Well said. I think it's finding the balance here in our financial situation and also the risk that is out there, that we mitigate that and that we work forward. I personally think that we do. We're addressing this. We have a good plan. We're following the legislative intent, and we're also trying to use the resources of the state auditor's office and internal office as best we can. It's a balance. It might not catch everything. It might not be a perfect world, but it's what we have to work with. And I like the fact that I commend you, Laura. I think that your work has been very solid, and I appreciate the guidance through this. This is a first reading, so we'll take these comments and continue to work through the process.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. We now, I believe, need a motion to approve first readings. So we have 3 policy readings before us, 1202.1, 302.2, and 802.8. If we can have a motion to approve the first reading.
So moved.
Thank you. Second? Thanks. Christie?
Mr. Ness?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Dr. Malacher?
Yes.
Mr. Hocker?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Board Chair Nessett?
Yes. Agenda item number 5, if I'm on the right number. Second reading, HR 18, rest periods, and there's several second readings here. Jane Grindy? Is on the phone. Ms. Grindy, are you on the telephone?
I'm on the phone. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you now. Thank you. Are you prepared to review policies, second readings for us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'll go proceed with second reading of NDUS Policy 18, rest periods. There were no recommendations or discussion from the first read. So we will move forward with the proposed motion to change minimum hours worked to obtain a lunch break from 4 hours per day to 5 hours per day, which aligns with North Dakota state law.
Excuse me, rest periods. Any questions or comments for Ms. Grindy? Hearing none, would you go ahead and move ahead to annual leave policy, HR 6?
Yes. Since first reading, there was a recommendation to provide clarification in the background of this proposed motion. And the recommendation was to make a clarifying statement regarding carryover of hours earned versus the proposed 40 hours of negative balance hours to cap. So that has been articulated in the background. And it is also articulated in the policy, and the actual change to this policy is in 6.10, where there would be a maximum hours of 40 to be capped for negative leave at all campuses.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions regarding the annual leave policy?
So one of my questions is, with regards to the payroll offices will have the authority to override the cap due to extenuating circumstances. Is that the right level of authority is my question.
That's a very good question. The payroll office is the office that would actually see a flag. So those individuals would go to their HR authority to be able to override that. And in these extenuating circumstances, there's a high level of communication in the HR office and the payroll offices regarding these individuals in circumstances that are either participating in shared leave or in a workers' comp situation. It's not something that happens very often, so when it does, there's a lot of attention paid. So the reason it says payroll offices, it's because that's the office where the function would happen in to actually override.
So I think the question is where the authority lies, and Dr. Murphy, what you're asking, does the payroll department have that authority,
Right.
or does it go back to the department for?
Yeah, actually, does it go back to the originating unit and somebody with the authority, with the signature authority within that unit?
Right.
Tell the payroll office, yeah, this has been approved at this unit level. Because the way, and I'm just reading the background here, and I looked at the policy real quick before I get here, but this resonated with me that, if the payroll offices have the authority, is that what's actually embedded in policy? Because if that's actually in the policy, then it says exactly what it says. The payroll office can make that decision regardless of what somebody else has approved who has signature authority. So that's the question.
Okay, let me further clarify. When a payroll office is processing a donated leave request, they're doing that with a form that's been signed off by an HR director. So the HR director will follow the shared leave policy and make sure that an employee is meeting all of the criteria. And so the payroll technician or office would just simply be carrying out the function of overriding this number in the system.
Then that's a procedural functional thing. That is not authority. They don't have the authority to, on their own, determine whether or not this moves forward. What you're telling me is that's already been determined by another authority within the organization. That's where I'm hung up, because essentially the way I read this is, well, the payroll office can make that decision, period, regardless of any paperwork. And so that's not clear.
No, there is paperwork.
Yeah, but is that what the policy says, is what Dr. Murphy is asking? The policy before us, does it clearly state where the authority lies, or does this policy say that the authority lies within the payroll department? And I believe you're looking for a little higher level approval.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the policy-
Yes, sorry, but that's correct. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The policy, yes, and the policy states the HR/payroll office may process leave which exceeds the 40-hour advance.
Okay. Are we on the same page here? Dr. Murphy, do you,
Well, I think that only adds to my confusion.
that only adds to your confusion.
Because now they don't have the authority to approve it, they only process the paperwork. So, the question is, because this is a unique situation, correct? And
It is.
And when it does occur, though, we're trying to have a policy for that odd situation. But yet, because this deals with shifting of annual leave, and the other one that we'll look at is sick leave, it becomes important because it allows somebody to essentially go into a debt situation where they could be financially responsible to the institution if they never come back, right? And that becomes an important issue.
Madam Chair, and I don't know if this helps at all. In 7.6 in the actual policy, it says, at the discretion of the department head and the concurrence of the appropriate administrative officer, an employee may be granted sick leave in advance of the accumulation thereof. So the actual policy does refer to who has that authority. This, what we were looking at is an overview, but the policy itself says at the discretion of the department head and the concurrence of the appropriate administrative officer.
So it originates at that level, the actual request.
That's who has the authority to grant the extended sick leave.
And
at
that's
the
what I-
discretion of the department head and the concurrence of the appropriate administrative officer.
Thanks for clarifying that, because I think that's what I had read before coming here.
Okay.
And then I'm sitting here going, well, that's not what the synopsis says. And so I think it's really important that when we have a synopsis, that the synopsis accurately reflects the policy. Because an inaccurate synopsis, what's the point?
So you're referring to the summary of the
Yeah,
proposed
absolutely,
action
yeah.
here? But the actual policy itself does say that the originating authority comes from the department
Department
head.
head and
And it
concurrence of
does
the
talk about in the
appropriate.
It
background.
does.
Yeah, yeah, thank you, Mr. Steen.
And that clarifies it, I think, but excellent point, and just so you know, I mean, I think these summaries are wonderful. I really do like them. I think they're very, very good, and they streamline a lot of the work that the board has to do. But you're right, clarification at this level would be very helpful. Any other questions regarding this policy on annual leave? Hearing none, we'll move on, Ms. Grindy, to sick leave, HR 7.
Thank you. Similarly to annual leave, the same synopsis is applied, and which would mean that payroll offices could override a cap due to extenuating service circumstances. So as it relates to the 6.10, up to a maximum of 40 hours could be carried in a negative balance.
And that also then has the same language as for the
Same
discretion and
language.
authority.
As far as the
And I do-
Discretion and authority.
authorizing, Mr. Seaman, thank you. I appreciate your clarifying that for us.
And I do recognize the fact that the summary really comes from a procedural standpoint. It's very granular in that if these offices that are processing, carrying out the procedure to allow the 40 hours for more than 40 hours to go into our time and labor management system. Without this change to annual leave and sick leave, the efficiencies of the time and labor management system would not be able to move forward. And currently at each campus, there are 11 different ways that campuses are approaching negative leave. And the changes to annual leave policy and sick leave policy, putting these caps in place, will provide us with the efficiency and consistency to move forward.
Thank you, we appreciate that. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, I believe we need a motion to approve, and I think we can put these all together. Second readings for HR 18, HR 6, and HR 7.
So move approval.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thanks, Nick. Christie?
Mr. Morton? Yes. Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Dr. Meliker?
Yes.
Mr. Ness?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset?
Yes. Next item on our agenda, Shared Services Learning Management System. We'll call on Lisa Feldner.
Thank you. This is the first item in our shared services. You'll be hearing more about shared services at the next meeting. This has come up because we are looking at doing what's called a sole source agreement for looking at the Blackboard Learning Management System. Right now, we have 4 campuses using it: NDSU, UND, Valley City, and Minot State. And we had recently done a request for proposals for these 7 other campuses, and we were looking at unifying those. And we had a failed procurement, so now we're looking at going forward with a sole source for the Blackboard piece. And I don't have costs yet for you because we want your affirmation that you are would like to go forward. It would help with our sole source agreement, saying that we want one unified, single learning management system across the university system. We are hoping to possibly take some of the dollars from the PAR implementation and perhaps be able to roll those over into this for funding, because there are different funding sources for, on this. The Moodle, the campuses who are using Moodle right now don't pay very much, if anything, for Moodle because it's provided by the system. So we've got some things going on. We're looking for basically your support, and then we'll report back with further information as we flesh out the costs and whatnot.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Dr. Murphy.
I had a conversation with a faculty member yesterday, and it was really around the cybersecurity major that's evolving currently, and we're not really sure what that's going to look like at this point, but one thing is we may have UND students being taught by NDSU professors and Minot State professors teaching UND and NDSU students. And so the one question came up is, you know, if we have I hope that with this unified Blackboard system that a UND student can log into Blackboard and get the notes or the whatever the communications are. I mean, faculty use Blackboard routinely. I'm a dinosaur. I'm not really sure too much about it. I sort of touch it a little bit, but nonetheless, for a lot of faculty, it's a huge part of their instructional strategy. So will this help if we have a whole system? Will that provide easy access for students? Because we may have a student at UND wants to take a class at NDSU, and it's distance education, and they need to get in there. And so would that streamline that and make that all possible? Because that's, I think, critical. And that needs to be in the request, I think that's important.
Yes, that's exactly the idea, Dr. Murphy, is that we want students to be able to, more and more we're seeing students take classes from multiple campuses. So they need to be able to log in once and see all of their courses, whether they're from Bismarck State or Valley City or wherever. So one place, one login. Now, right now, if they take, depending on which campuses they're taking classes from, they could have as many as 3, you know, a different login for each one. And we would like it to be all in one place.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Chancellor?
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Dr. Murphy. I was in the technology breakout panel, and if you remember Dr. Elwini's brief, this was a profound theme, that the hard problems going forward are integrative science, technology, math, and liberal arts. In the discussion on unmanned systems, there's huge questions on the legality, privacy issues. Catherine Rand, the dean of law school, was there. By having a common system across these campuses, there can be integration in ways that we hadn't thought about. As you mentioned, teaching across campuses, across disciplines, but if you start to make artificial barriers, oh, you can't take this class, we can't get your materials, we as a system then are less efficient, we're more siloed. So this all fits in very much with what you heard yesterday, too.
Thank you, and I think that was the concern, is I think having multiple systems is ridiculous, and Blackboard is probably one of the more commonly used systems from what I've seen, and even I can sort of figure it out on a good day. So the bottom line is, I think I would urge the board to support this moving forward, and I think it's good for faculty, and it's good for students.
Mr. Steeman?
And this is one I'll wear people out, I know, moving forward, because I think we need to do this in a lot of areas. And I want to bring this up, and I know everybody's tired of hearing about the budget situation and things like this. We need to continue to change for the better, and change is never easy. Change will be frustrating at times, and it will be difficult, but it doesn't mean that it's wrong. And I think we have to, as a board, start to look at a lot of things along these lines. We are charged to operate as a system. And while this might be a small thing, I do appreciate the fact, because that's what I was going to ask, are there going to be some initial costs? But you said those PAR funds may be available to offset some costs that will be incurred by campuses that are not currently on that system?
We're exploring that.
Okay. And I understand there's going to be difficulty at times, but I am strongly in favor of looking at things like this, and I know that yourself and President Shirley are working on things, because I think that's something we need to take seriously as a board. And I'm not the most patient individual, and I know we're really good at saying, hey, we need to research this for a while. Sometimes we just got to do stuff. And I think those were the words of some famous individual yesterday, right? Yeah.
You must have been in our breakout session.
No, I wasn't, but so anyway, I think we need to, as a board, really look seriously at all of these things and start moving forward as a system.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Morton?
I think as a board, we are committed to standardization. And so we don't have to have this dialogue all the time. We are committed to standardization. Now, if someone has a compelling argument, it better be a really compelling argument. But standardization is what successful organizations have moved to, especially in IT.
I agree. Ms. Tufte?
If I may, so Lisa, you mentioned that there's the availability of PAR funds, and I'm making an assumption here that that's to help keep some of the costs at the system office level. Do we have flexibility based on the legislative intent of those funds to migrate it to this project?
Well, I think what we're looking at is going into the next session and requesting that permission.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Hacker?
Madam Chair, I'm just really enthused that we're finally getting a start on not only systemic change, but some consolidation, because there is going to be efficiencies. I'm not sure this requires a motion for you guys to continue this, but I think it's that important that we start down this path. And my hope is that every meeting we can start to have a real discussion, not only about, okay, here's one, let's get going. Okay, I wrote a list out. There's a lot of things to look at, and I'm going to throw them out because I'm not going to be at that next meeting. So I hope we can start to really look at payroll, enrollment and applications, procurement, accounting, certain HR functions, IT, financial aid, things that I believe could be operated as a system. And so I'm going to make a motion that says, let's move forward with this. At some level, we're already paying for each one of these services. The campuses are, the students are, however it's being paid for. So I'm not sure we need to wait for funds. I think the money's already being spent, so why don't we just start moving forward? So I'll make a motion that please proceed with the learning management systems consolidation.
I'll second it.
Excellent. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I have a comment about very much in line with what Nick was talking about, because it does allow us for better utilization of staff, faculty, and it gives us a good handle on where maybe a faculty is needed and where a faculty member is not needed quite as much, and as well as some of the things that Nick talked about. So to me, this is very critical as well, because I think we need to get a handle on all of that, especially as Nick talked about, as money gets tighter and we need to run a more efficient system.
I agree. And even without money getting tighter, money needs to be smarter and used smarter. And we take the strengths of each one of these campuses, each one of these colleges and universities, and capitalize on their strengths. And where you're good at it, you excel, and you take that one and run it, just as you outlined there, Mr. Hacker. I just think this is so important as well. I agree. This should be at a motion level, and I appreciate that.
Just a comment, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I totally agree with this, and this is one of those that maybe you think it's simple, but Blackboard is just a great way to move ahead to help all the colleges and students share across the whole system. So I hope you can find the funds to start this before fall.
Oh, yeah. We have some that plan to start before then, so.
Excellent. And I will say that each college and campus keeps their autonomy, and they stay as they are. However, they share their services, and they streamline, and they strengthen what they're good at. We can do this. Christy?
Dr. Meliker?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker? Yes. Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Ness?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert? Yes. Board Chair Nesset?
Yes. Lisa, thank you very much. We really appreciate the work that you're doing here. Item number 9, North Dakota University System Vulnerability Assessment and NDUS Draft Responses. State Auditor's Office, Don LaFleur.
morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Don LaFleur. I'm the Information Systems Audit Manager for the North Dakota State Auditor's Office. I'm just going to be giving a brief introduction, and then I'll turn it over to the real people who did this assessment. So this is the second time we've done this assessment. We started in the 2013 to 2015 biennium. That was the first time we did it on the university system. We've been doing this sort of assessment on the state since the late 1990s, I think, is when we started there. So quite a bit ahead on the state side, but the university system side is just getting started. We intend to continue to do this once every biennium, so we tend to go forward with it. The cost of this assessment was around $300,000. $100,000 of it was provided as general funds, and $200,000 of it came from the university system itself. So you guys are supporting 2/3 of this assessment. This assessment this time was done a little more unique. Instead of one time come in and do the work and leave and do the reporting, we instead divided it over a 2-year period. So the report before you today is just an interim report, just to give you an update. There is more work to do, and there will be a final report that comes probably during the legislative session in January to March of next year. The work that needs to be done will be done yet this calendar year. So most of it is just a following up on the progress the universities are making on what you're going to see in the report today, but there will be some additional work beyond that as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Eric Wallace, who was the consultant we hired. He is with L.R. Kimball, or more specifically with TCS, who's a subcontractor on this. He'll be presenting the report to you, be available for any questions, and then Brad Miller is also going to be giving where they're at, the university's response and where they're at on those recommendations. So.
Thank you, Don, for the introduction. Madam Chairperson and Board, my name again is Eric Wallace. I'm with Telecommunication Systems, and we're part of Team Kimball that performed the assessment. I want to quickly go through just a high-level executive summary. I have some slides up behind you. I apologize for the people at the end in terms of being able to see that. I think you have maybe this package within your deck, and if not, you should have the actual report itself, so you could follow along in either case. I'm gonna flip back and forth between these two slides, but at a high level, external vulnerabilities were down about 28% in 2015 versus 2014. You can see that on the slide in the upper left. And more specifically, and kind of a highlight of that, critical vulnerabilities were down 54%, high vulnerabilities down more than 60%, which is a very large improvement over the previous findings. So externally, campuses are doing pretty well. On the internal assessment side, the internal vulnerabilities increased about 12% overall. Criticals were up, highs were down a little bit, about 7%, and mediums and lows were up a considerable amount. There could be a couple reasons for that. One, not a lot of significant improvement in terms of changes within the universities. The second potential thing is we came back for the second year, so the guys knew a little bit more about the campuses. They were able to drill down a little bit on specific findings. So that could have caused some of the findings to come up as well. But so as a high-level overview, each of the campuses that we focused on had improvements. Overall, the security of the network, especially externally, is getting significantly better. It's important for them to continue to look internal to the campuses and make the same level of improvement internally as well. Just a high level on the scope of work. We ran through testing, internal and external, at all of the campuses. This year, unlike in years past, we performed a penetration test as well. So once we finished the vulnerability assessment, we actually went through and tried to get access to various systems. We tried to deface some of the web pages. There were specific things that we did beyond what was accomplished last year to try to test the different vulnerabilities. We also ran through an email assessment campaign to determine a phishing type campaign, to determine which university system employees were potentially open to phishing. And we're going to be continuing that campaign again later this year to get a sense of where you're currently at and what the trending is associated with that. We'll be working with Brad's team, and hopefully he'll then put some policies or procedures in place to move forward with trying to get that to a baseline level. Typical phishing levels for most organizations are in the 10 to 15%. That's normally as good as you can get without really doing a lot to drill down.
And what is our number? What is our?
I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. It wasn't part of this report. I'll get it to you, Madam Chairperson, and we can get that back to you. There was a separate report done for that, and we didn't include it inside of here. The next slide just shows the methodology and some of the tools that we use. There's various tools. Some of them do mapping, like Nessus and Nmap. Some of them are for penetration testing, like Core Impact Pro and Metasploit. Nipper does evaluation specifically of firewall rules, and Nikto and Burp look at websites specifically. So I just wanted to give an idea of what the tool set looks like. The findings from 2014 to 2015, we removed a couple of findings just because we didn't see a significant number of them. So session token and URL, which was finding 10 from 2014, and serialized object and HTTP message, which was finding 12, were removed. The other findings, all of them were still there in 2015, so we found evidence of them. But in some cases, they were drastically reduced from what we had found in 2014. So the good news is some of them are coming down. In the next section, what I'd like to do is just quickly go through each of the findings and then give Brad Miller a little bit of time to talk about what the university system is actually doing to move forward and perform some mitigation. So missing software patches or required upgrades was the largest finding. This finding requires that you have some kind of tools in place to identify and prioritize these. So you need to be running like a Nessus scan or some kind of a scanner to look and determine whether these vulnerabilities are out there. We recommended that they have vulnerability assessment tools available at each of the campuses, that they have a patch management program in place, and that they look at commercial products. So things like Microsoft already has a patching system in place. The campus is already using it. But for things like Linux systems or maybe web pages or web servers, those are handled differently. So you need to be able to get a set of custom software that's going to be able to handle doing those patches. But the bigger portion is really getting a patch management program in place. So once you find that vulnerability, what do you do with it? How long do you have to patch? And if you're not going to patch, then who's becoming aware of that? So is there an escalation process where maybe it goes up? So I'll let Brad.
Sure, and one of the things you saw in the findings was a decrease in the external vulnerabilities that we're seeing. And those are external facing systems, and those are typically the systems that an attacker would be able to see easily without being on campus or have special kind of access to the internal networks. And so one of the reasons we're seeing a decrease in that is we actually did implement between 2014 and 2015, we have a vulnerability scanning system that's available to the campuses. We worked with them to scan their external systems and get the number of external vulnerabilities down. Another thing to keep in mind is that, vulnerability, one of the things it doesn't show in this is that what would be really bad is to see the same vulnerabilities in one year to the next year, right? You don't want to see vulnerabilities persist over time. And as we know, as you probably know, because you might see on your own personal computers, you're getting patches and new security updates all the time on systems. So there's always vulnerabilities out there. The goal here is to try to address them as quickly as possible and to try to reduce the number overall, and that's what we're trying to do. And so we are doing that for external-facing systems. Right now, some campuses do have some vulnerability scanning systems to scan their internal networks, but not all of them, and it's not consistent. So that's going to be one of the goals for us in the future, is to expand our vulnerability management system so we can actually get some visibility to the vulnerabilities that are on our internal systems. And a few of the things we're also doing is we are actually in the coming year going to be doing some internal vulnerability scanning. We're We're going to be standing up a system for our NDUS data center to be able to identify all the internal vulnerabilities we have there. So that's a program that's going to happen this coming year. We have a project. We just did a procurement for a endpoint management system that we are just doing the intent to award. That also has some capabilities to do patch management and vulnerability assessment on endpoints. A lot of the findings that we have on the inside networks are faculty, staff, computer systems. They're not necessarily servers, and a lot of the vulnerabilities we saw were on end systems, which we don't have a lot of visibility to right now. And so going forward, when we start to deploy this endpoint management solution, we will have the capabilities on endpoints to do more patching and so forth.
All right, I'll move along. If you have questions, you can ask them now. I'm open.
Well, I was just going to say, having taught these courses, if there's any questions people have, like what we're talking about when we say phishing, it's XPHISH, meaning accessing people, the internal threats, please speak up, because this is a very nice, brief, complex, high-level subjects, but they do affect literally where people work and where their identities are stored and their information. So please feel free, board members, to ask if they need clarifying questions.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I do have a question. I was at North Dakota State for graduation, and that morning their systems were down. And I was wondering if, I see Chris Wilson in the audience and Dr. Brashani, is there any way that this is related to that and could have been avoided by the patching maybe, or by the supervision, or however that developed? Because that was a tough day for that system to be down. Chris?
My understanding that wasn't actually a NDUS system that broke. That was a minor system from the ITE that's housed at NDSU. They identified it and put in a new part. I don't know whether or not that would have been included in this search or not, but it wasn't part of the university system, that the equipment that broke.
Okay. So just to clarify, that was an internal system at NDSU?
It was an ITE system.
Housed at NDSU? Right, okay. Yeah, if I could just clarify for people, what you have here is literally science fiction emerging in reality. You have the NDUS system is like the outer wall of a city, and there are literally barbarians at the gates. Look at Penn State, look at Rutgers, universities that were shut down for days when they were penetrated. And so we are trying to protect our system so that exactly what Dr. Murphy talked about can happen. Meaning, the future inventor of television who's out in Botno can be taking a course from Ken Nygaard, and they're in a system that's protected externally. However, everybody who's in the system can be an Edward Snowden. They can bring in, they can open doors, literally like a Trojan horse, they can open the gate from inside. And that's why I want to commend the campuses. As part of the presidential goals last fall, they all became accountable, all the presidents, for internal cybersecurity. And I have talked about accountability for our legislators. Here's the presidential evals. And they're doing tons of work, just to say on the positive. And you're seeing it. You're seeing the numbers starting to drop. But what people understand is anybody who walks in and comes on a system can have malevolent purposes. We don't know all that. And this is just a profound challenge for the future. And a lot of good work's happening. The numbers show that. But it is a war. It is a war for information. We have the second biggest oil producers in the nation, the biggest ag schools, UAV testing. When I was with the Air Force, they're like, the more secure your systems are, the more willing to cooperate. That was a key thing of how secure you are. So that's a little translation of what we're talking about here. Outer walls, inner walls, insider threat, and knowing who's getting on and what they're bringing on. So,
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Haggart. Okay, finding number 2 is unsupported operating systems. Basically, any known and unknown vulnerabilities affecting operating systems, things like Microsoft, Apple, to include things like Cisco routers, et cetera. So any of the OSs that are being stood off. We provided a list of updated, an updated list of unsupported operating systems to the university system, and our recommendations are move to supported operating systems if you can, and provide defense in depth strategies if you can't. There are some instances, and we know a few, where there are Windows XP and a few other systems that still exist within the network. Last year, we found a lot of Microsoft Server 2001. Those have all been mitigated and moved up to 2003. The bad news is 2003 is going end of life as well. So it's a constant battle to basically stay ahead of the operating systems as they go end of life, and you're trying to move to the next thing to support, and at the same time keep your application supported.
And what we're trying to do is identify these systems that are out there with unsupported operating systems and just migrate them to new ones. In many cases, in many of the findings that Eller Kimball did find were systems that we either were mitigated since then or ones that we know can't be. Because if you think of a lot of the systems we have on a typical university, you know, there are a lot of embedded systems, there are a lot of lab equipment that has operating systems that just can't be easily upgraded without replacing very expensive equipment. So we try to do this defense in depth. We try to put additional security controls in place in front of these, and even though they keep finding them, we're gonna until we can migrate to something new. In some cases, these can be hundreds of thousands of dollars to replace some of this equipment that have outdated operating systems on them. So we are working on that, and we do have mitigation in place for many of the systems that have unsupported operating systems on them.
Any questions? Thank you. The next finding was easily guessed or default credentials. We found a few areas where passwords were just not substantial enough, or were the default that came potentially with a box or a machine. Our recommendations: create a password policy, protect the passwords from attacks that capture passwords, and then ensure systems are not deployed with default or out-of-the-box user passwords and settings.
And if I could just translate briefly, this is a great case. My last school, a student appears to have been on the payroll of a foreign government, installed a keylogger inside the campus, and was capturing up to 1,000 passwords before he was discovered, and could sell these passwords overseas. So that's what an internal person can do with a keylogger in your internal system.
Right, and I've given a listing up here.
Second,
just-
Mr. Wallace.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Hacker?
Madam Chair, this is just a start. Are you going to go to two-layer authentication at some point? Is this kind of the first step here?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Two-factor thing.
He's asking.
Oh,
if-
Are you
absolutely.
going to two-layer, two-factor authentication at some point? I mean, that's ultimately where you probably need to get to, but starting with passwords is a good place to begin.
Yes. So one of the strategic objectives within this biennium is multi-factor authentication, and we actually do have a multi-factor authentication system. And we are you're going to see another slide that talks about remote access having multi-factor, and that actually is something we have done already. And we are now working with campuses we have about 15 or so deployments of multi-factor on different systems where this kind of threat, where someone captures a password, what we want to do is make it so that they can't use it on anything, right? So if you're familiar with this multi-factor authentication on your bank account, or they send you a text with a code that you got to type in, that's the kind of systems we're deploying currently to try to reduce this threat, because we know passwords are going to get captured. So we are looking at kind of controls that will mitigate that.
How often do we change passwords? Is there a policy?
So this is a complicated question, because we have an identity management system that controls access to end-US systems that does have a 90-day password change requirement. But there are also campuses that have different systems that are not tied into the central. So there's the goal here is to have, campuses have policies, or the system to have a policy. And I mentioned earlier that we're working on policies and standards, and the password standard is one of those, where we can have some standards across campuses for how they require people to change passwords and how strong they should be in length and multi-factor and all those password type issues. The problem with this, what's difficult about this risk specifically is that what this is really addressing is that there are a lot of devices that people hook up to our networks that have default credentials built into them. So it's not like my username and password. It's when someone hooks a printer and plugs it in, it has a default password that's admin, and if they don't change that, then anybody can get onto that printer with that default credential and start manipulating that and potentially stealing printouts and things like that. So we really need to work on identifying where those are and having policies to prevent that from happening.
Right. Yeah, and that involves basically being able to scan and know what's on the network. So they have to be in a position to do that regularly. All right. The next finding was unsupported web servers. It's very similar to the unsupported OSs, only on the web side. Again, here I would say The first thing is evaluate the need for the web server. Sometimes people will stand something up, it'll be there for 3 or 4 years and they forget about it, or they move on and they leave it. And so this web server's hanging out there, no one's continuing to operate it, no one's patching it, no one even knows that it's there, and all of a sudden it becomes the risk to get in. So just knowing that you can find that box and that it has a web service attached to it, evaluate whether it's still needed. If it's still needed, then it's upgrade the server to a supported release if you can. And if not, maybe move to something else. You can move to another web server or another type.
The goal here is, so just to put it in perspective as well, these typically aren't the web servers that support our universities. They're supported in our data centers. These are typically a faculty or staff member sets up a web server in their office for their, because they want to put their own research material there or other kinds of things. So these are typically web servers that are not within our data center that are, plugged in throughout the campuses. So the goal here is to get those where they're needed and needed for production, to move them into a production environment, into our data centers where they can get supported and have the latest web server, or either to shut them down or just protect them. In many cases, they're not, a lot of these web servers don't have anything it's public data typically, so there's not a high risk even if someone were to be able to compromise it. But we don't want that to happen, so we want to try to secure them and move them where possible.
A question, Brad, if somebody can get into that server though, is that a portal into the system or not? For a guy that doesn't understand most of what you're talking about.
It can be. And again, because most of these web servers are on public networks where people have access, there's lots of access to those types of systems. So it's not as high of risk as a web server that's vulnerable within our data center, which has lots of other secure systems. So we don't want them to take over those web servers. So the ones that are on the fringe of external networks aren't as high risk. It's still a risk, because if someone were to take over it, they could potentially take whatever data is on that server, or they could use that as a jumping point to try to attack other systems.
Okay, thank you.
All right, finding number 5 is systems with well-known vulnerabilities. And the only reason in the past we've pulled these out, it's very similar to the patching scenario in terms of keeping things up. These are ones that are in the news though. So, you've all probably heard of Heartbleed and stuff like Sandworm and Poodle and Freak. All of those within the last year have basically made headline news. By the time they made headline news, there's patches available for them. So it's one of those where if it's a known vulnerability, if it has patches, you need to go out and patch it, because people are going to be scanning specifically for these, looking to gain access with these well-known vulnerabilities. Our recommendations just ensure that the campuses are running a vulnerability assessment tool, which we talked about earlier, to identify and prioritize the patching. These, because they were in the news, the only reason they made it to the news is usually there's a high probability of exploitation possibility. So if you looked at a CVS score, which is how they score vulnerabilities, these would be like a 10. It's at the very top end. And then, perform patch management. So it's a matter of just moving forward, patching these.
If I could just make one last comment about this. This is what they call 0 day. And it's the dilemma a big company has, which Don lives with every day: announce there's a problem, here's a patch, and now all the criminals in the world know it's a vulnerability. And that's where speed is essential of our system. And back to system response, remember Hacker brought up, and Steeman and the chair, is it back to the word refrain versus you will do, that this is a classic case where professors doing research doesn't want to slow down, do the patch, privatizing benefits, but socializing risk to the whole system. And so I think we need to get to a place where these things come out. There is a you will, and you will report, otherwise the system has to be shut down to protect it. And just talk to people at Rutgers and Penn State. Vulnerability came through obscure doors. Individuals didn't want to be burdened with an intrusion detection system, intrusion protection system, and the whole university at risk because of down to single numbers of individuals. And they were just trying to optimize their own time, but everyone else is at risk of this. So there'll be a natural tension point, but the cabinet is working pretty well on this. But this is where standardization, and you can talk to any big company, Microsoft, Google, there are huge benefits of standardizing where these things make sense, despite it will cause some inconvenience.
Mr. Wallace, as we move forward on this, these are all ongoing vulnerability assessments that's going on. I mean, just take this to a little bit higher level here. Can you just give the board a little bit overview of what the general purpose, I know this is very important to go through here, but what are,
So maybe I'll take a step back so that we're clear on exactly what we did do. So we did a point-in-time assessment
Okay.
at each of the schools. So both externally, we ran an assessment, and I think that assessment went from maybe October of last year almost to the end of the year. And then we actually went internally to each of the schools and performed an assessment as well. So
point in time?
Point in time, both of them. And that one started probably in the December timeframe, maybe a little bit sooner than that through the end of the year. We had kind of reports being wrapped up in the January timeframe. And if you think about it, I don't remember the number of IP addresses, but it might be in the 60 or 70,000 IP addresses scanned. So we're scanning a huge number of machines to kind of get to that point in time. And what this is portraying is that point in time. So we did a point in time in 2014.
Okay.
We did a point in time in 2015. We'll do another point in time in 2016.
Okay.
So that's the plan. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. I just wanted to know the grand scheme of this process, I guess, is what, as you,
Okay.
I know you have a couple more points here.
Yeah, I have a few more. We'll try to
Details? Okay.
roll through them pretty
You bet.
quickly.
Thank
Sorry. The next one is just around publicly accessible web applications. Brad brought it up earlier. A lot of these are basically printers and different things that people stand up. And because of that, we're able to get accessibility to them. So the recommendations really is just, determine whether these web apps or appliances are available. A lot of these, because they're stood up by individuals who don't necessarily have a lot of IT credentials, we'll set them up and leave the default passwords and or the web interface in place. So the web interface could be turned off, but it's not. Anything to add, Brad?
Other than these publicly accessible web applications, it is a risk because this gives someone potential access into our network, and we've, as you saw from the external vulnerability decreases, we have been targeting these types of systems to either remove them from the external networks or disable these kinds of web applications where they're not needed. Again, these are, in many cases, they're things like someone plugs in a printer and has a web interface. Someone plugs in a camera or webcam and it has this web interface. And so we are trying to get a handle on those.
All right, now finding number 7 is insufficient boundary defense. And we found this last year as well. And the biggest concern associated with this one is that a lot of the campuses, or I won't say a lot, maybe some of the campuses utilize external IP addresses that are public IP addresses internal to the campus. In some cases, they go through a bridge firewall. In other cases, they're NATed, but the public IP is still utilized inside of the system. That public IP space, because it is public, is known. So someone can say, I want to go and I want to scan a range, specifically if I'm targeting the university system. They know that range because it's publicly available. So it's an easy one to begin with in terms of the scan. So a lot of people will hit your public IP space on a constant basis looking for what ports are open, what applications are wanting,
Do we use public IPs just for cost savings or for just lack of
They're needed.
Updated?
You have to have them. I mean, you want people to get access to the university and you want things to be done. So you want to be able to publish, papers and put things out there and make information available. So you need that to be there. But the interaction associated with what ports are being stood up and things like that needs to be monitored. And that's a lot of what Brad's team does. They know what systems are in place, how the web server is being set up, what ports are being allowed to function, and who should be able to come into that. The problem, when you get stuff like what we were talking about with these printers stood up, is now you can get someone to come and potentially take advantage of that without any ability to do filtering and things like that associated with it. So there's a lot of recommendations associated with them. This one, there's even more within the report that we found. And Brad's team's already pretty aware of this and is moving forward with them. Brad, you want to add?
Right, yeah, so I'll just briefly mention that one of the recommendations here is deploying network-based, what he's called IDS, it's intrusion detection systems, sensors, and we do have some of those in place. We have those in place. ITD, the state has put some in the quadrants of our network. We are looking in this coming year to deploy IDS equipment at each of the campuses. That will give us some additional protection from external-facing threats. So that is one thing that's in the works.
If I could just get to the crux of what we're talking here is, over the years, the internet was developed as a completely open system where they knew the 5 people who built it, and I've met 2 of those men who built it, and now it's billions of people. And so academic habits of opening basically port 80 is the open port versus 443, which is the encrypted. When they come in through these machines, how you set these IDS, IPS will have an impact on how safe you are, but then how slow things might be. If you've got a partner doing research, let's say in Russia, and it starts to get blocked, it can be inconvenient to the researchers, and so you will get the pushback. But I think our system is very responsive, the cabinet, on, okay, explain these exceptions to us. Why is this? And a human eventually is in control if they need to adjust these things for unique requirements of a campus. So I think we're working together pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, the next one has to do with cross-site scripting. It's really a vulnerability within web pages that allows for code to be run on the machine that's requesting the page. So the best way to prevent it is input should be validated as strictly as you can on arrival. When that input comes, validate that it's correct, and then move forward with pushing stuff back. You can also force the input into HTML. There's no mechanism because there's a whole bunch of different kinds of cross-site scripting. There's reflected, there's a bunch of them. There's no way to alleviate all of them, but there are things that you can do to kind of mitigate. Okay. This set 8, 9, and 10 are all related primarily to website. So we're going to go through all of them, and then Brad's going to talk a little bit. The next one is basically clear text passwords. Anywhere that they have HTTP, that needs to be replaced with HTTPS if passwords are being passed within that area. And any of the servers where they're allowed to log into the server kind of on the back end to get access. If they're using Telnet or RLogin, or if they're doing FTP as well, all of those should be migrated to secure versions, which is Secure Shell, and there's a secure version of FTP also. It's important because if you're not using those components and you send data associated with username and password in there, it's clear text. Anyone at any of the router points in between can basically capture that. If they're sniffing the traffic that's going across the router, they'll be able to capture that, and they'll have username and password data readily available to them.
Mr. Wallace, let me just ask you a question. You say they should be, you should be, they should be, whoever. You were making this a vulnerability assessment report for us, and we really appreciate this. We understand the importance of this on a board level. We are a unified system. Who is they? Who is we? Who's?
And I can probably speak to that, because that was one of the things I was going to talk about. One of the challenges we have is that that's not easily identifiable. Many of these
That wasn't the answer I was looking for there, Mr. Miller.
Many of the findings that they had here, the specific, we got all the specifics, so we know where all these things are happening. And many of them are at campuses where they have outsourced their development, their web servers. Some of it's internally developed. Some of them are web servers that maybe a professor maintains. Some of it's on, so the issue here is how do we control, how do we identify all those sources, and how do we, really the way to address a lot of these is at the source. How do we make sure that web applications are developed securely to begin with?
Okay.
And then secondly, we need to figure out, we know that that's not always going to be the case. As you know, everything, you always get these patches. So we know that even though we're going to develop the secure code as much as we can and require those of vendors and third parties, we still want to also be able to test them once they get into production, test them then, not 2 months later. So we have a long way to go there, because as a system, we don't do a lot of testing of, we require outsourced people to come in and test for us, and the vulnerability may have been there for months at a time. So we need to first figure out how to make sure code is secured when it's written, That's going to be our main goal. And then we'll have some capabilities to do some of our own testing so that we can catch these quickly. And then there's a third aspect of how we protect these, and that is there's technology like web application firewalls and other kinds of things we can put in front of these applications. So if someone is attacking them and they are vulnerable, it can try to block them and prevent them from being exploited. So those are the kind of 3 tiers of dealing with these types of issues.
These sound like policy issues to me. We do have experts here, and we have Lisa Feldner, we have Dr. Hagerott, we have Don Morton. I mean, is this, Dr. Murphy?
Well, Madam Chair, thank you. This is exactly where I was ultimately going to go. I mean, do we have a policy? All right, let's say I'm running the mass spec core, and, you know, we're going to set up some servers to help manage the incredible amount of data. But we're collaborating with people, and they're sending samples from around the country or from around the world, and you know, we want them to have access to their data, right? And just be able to pull it off the server. So do we have policies in place that, okay, I'm going to set up a server, here's what I have to do? I mean, if I want to use animals in research, you know, I've got a process I've got to follow. There's a committee, there's vetting, there's all this other stuff. Do we have vetting for servers? If I want to set up a server in the laboratory and have the money to do so, can I do that? And if I do, who approves that? Or is it just done? And if it is just done, then at what level am I responsible for protecting it? But if I'm not protecting it, then who does? I mean, so this is where I think this can of worms starts. I mean, this is where you get into the they. The they is faculty, staff, all good meaning, well-intentioned people, right? But you know, they have lots of responsibilities, and will put things off that they don't want to do because it just takes time or something. And so that's why I'm wondering, what policy do we have for establishing some of these servers, so forth, to begin with? Because it sounds to me like also a policy issue.
Well, it does to me as well, and we can't fix this today, but you have certainly opened our eyes to the enormity of this, how big this issue is. What's your recommendation? Dr. Hagerott?
Yeah, I mean, the internet was in a flawed security design. This is a massive, and this is what I talked about yesterday, it's called lock-in. We have locked in the model of the internet. It was meant to trust 5 universities, and now we've got billions of people. And so we are trying to back integrate security into this, but we have to have people do research. They got to be able to collaborate. You heard yesterday, globalization, globalization, globalization. And so it is a hard problem, and you know, we can control the external walls fairly well. It's what's happening on the campuses. We're working through this. We're mindful people have research. They have grants now they have to do. I think going forward, all the presidents are very sensitized on, you know, who's plugging in, what are they doing, but there's a lot of old stuff left over. Stuff that, like I said, could be 4 years ago that's sitting in the corner running. So I think moving forward, it's going to be progressively better. It's finding the old stuff and inventorying and continuing the hard work. I mean, more thoughts? Fred?
Yeah, I mean, so as far as policy and standards, you know, there aren't. That's an area where we need to grow. And we are currently, as you saw from the first acceptable use policy, we are working on policies and standards. We have a network security standard, a server security standard that are actually in draft form and being approved that will give guidelines for how people can stand up a server and secure it. One of the other things we have is a data classification policy, which identifies different classes of data. And obviously you want to protect kind of these restricted social security numbers and research data and credit cards differently than you would protect public data. So one of the things we can work towards in the future is trying to develop policy that says if you want to have a system that has this kind of restricted data on it, it needs to be in a data center that all these things are really dealt with. And like you said, how do you know, it shouldn't be a faculty member's job to set up an IPS and to make sure they scan for vulnerabilities and do that. That's the IT professional's job. And if you put that system in the data center, it gets all that protection, right? So we can have policy requirements to say, if you're going to store that type of data, it is required to be in a secure data center. Now, we can also have policies that allow faculty to do research and set up web servers for public kinds of data that we're not as concerned about. So we have some work to do there, but it is in many cases, it is a policy and standards issue of what you require of folks.
Well, thank you. You've really enlightened us here. Can you wrap up? I'd like to give the board an opportunity to ask some questions. So if you can highlight your wrap up for us.
Okay. I want to just real quickly, kind of add on to that, I'd say as Brad moves through that component, look at that, NIST published a cybersecurity framework. So as you're kind of working through that, look to that as potential guidance for policies and procedures that you need. It covers all critical infrastructure and can be used across multiple domains. So it's a good kind of working document to lead that charge. And then we're going to actually do some work with Brad later this year associated with the policies that he currently has in place and how we see those as potentially having some gaps, so that he knows where to move forward and what to fill in. Let me go forward a couple slides. So in conclusion, 2014 results, we noted improvement going into 2015, especially on the external side. The internal side still needs some additional work. Our summary of high-level recommendations would be training. One of the things that we would recommend is ISACA has a cybersecurity nexus program. That training or the equivalent would be good. Cybersecurity nexus is specifically geared toward the NIST cybersecurity framework. So it looks to tie that into those organizations. Deployed defense in depth, we've talked about. Patches are key. If you can stay up to date with the patch process and catch the vulnerabilities that are coming into the network, that in and of itself will resolve a huge number of the vulnerabilities that are out there. And then continue to look at social engineering and phishing, just to kind of gauge where you're at with the people. The folks, unfortunately, are always the weakest link. So, the accessibility, whether it ends up being CryptoLocker or whatever the initial vulnerability, they're usually the target in terms of how to get into the organization. And then as a wrap up, I'd like to thank Brad and the Chancellor, and especially all of the campuses. They were very open to allowing us to come in and do the work that we needed to do.
Mr. Wells, thank you very much. And Brad, we really appreciate this. And Chancellor, if you can.
Just a couple points. Ken Nygaard's cybersecurity effort, we've identified a general ed course, I think Wapaton built, that we may be developed for every freshman to have, so that we start to build the cyber knowledge on social engineering, all these things. Bismarck State is developing a 2-year program, which could, no offense to your contractor, but these are not cheap courses, right? Like SANS courses. These are, I went through one, $4,000 for 5 days. We want to deploy those courses for all of our executives, and massive growth potential delivered by distance by Bismarck for the entire state. You can't do a 4-year degree, but you could do a subset, so we're trying to address that. You didn't provide data, but let me give you an example. I just opened it to Mayville, and your presidents are working hard on this. These weren't fun discussions last September, but Mayville's critical assessment vulnerabilities were down 60% 1 year, and social engineering, they are now, I think, leading this system. They are 1/3 the average across. So Gary, you think it's a liberal arts school up there, teacher school, and I know what you're doing, but thank you. They are perhaps the best numbers in the system on that in 1 year. So I have more of these in here if you want more data. Appreciate all you're doing.
Thank you. Board, any questions, comments, follow-up? This is something that we will obviously continue to work on. I would just like to know, is this an ongoing assessment that we have going? You call this point in time. It's happened twice.
And there's a third that's planned for this year. We'll start again in, I think, August or September of 2016.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? We do need a motion to accept this report. If we can have that?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second?
Thank you. Christy?
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Ness?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert? Yes. Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset?
Yes. At this point, we will take a 10-minute break, and we will come back prior to the presentations on capital projects.
Thank you, Admiral. Kathleen, your mic was on.
Okay, down to a 20-second countdown. Oh, I think I need those guys.
We need Linda's bell from yesterday. Ding, ding, ding.
Okay. Don't want to get in trouble.
Test. Okay.
Mine's working.
Now we are on to, hello? We are now on to a 10-second countdown. Hello? We will start without you.
It's time to start the meeting, everyone.
Thank you, President Brashani. Okay, as we do move ahead, and we will move ahead, we will move on to presentations on capital projects, and Tammy Dolan will lead this out. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee, or the board, sorry. I handed out a schedule that looks like this for you. It's just a list of the capital project needs that have been identified by the campuses. It's not an inclusive list of all of the needs. It is really just the top ones that have, the issues that have rose to the top of the list based on the campus master plans that we talked about at the last meeting. There were guidelines sent out to the presidents that, and the campuses that they could only submit up to 2 projects. Some you'll see, will present 2 projects, others will present 1, and we have 1 campus that doesn't have a specific project that's identified. We've asked each president to limit their presentations to 5 minutes per project or a maximum of 10 minutes per campus. So that's just to keep us on schedule. What I'd like to stress before they start is that this is not the capital budget request that will be submitted to the governor. We have all of these items. Rick Tonder and the system office and the campuses will continue to analyze these projects, and we'll present a prioritized recommendation list to the board in June, and to budget finance before that. So that'll be the decision-making time. Today is just the information gathering phase. And keep in mind also that due to the state's revenue situation and the governor's guidelines, and then his message that he reiterated yesterday at the Envision Summit, that only the essential projects will be considered for part of the budget request. And in our recommendation, there's a possibility that very few, if any, of these projects will actually be included in our budget recommendation to you in June. The president and the staff were all aware of this as the needs were identified. And in the end, we feel that by hearing this list of projects, even if they're not all submitted to the governor, we will have identified and evaluated needs on each campus. We'll have prioritized those needs, and then we will have a list of projects that could be considered during the legislative process if funds were to become available at the state level or if state bonding were to be considered. And with that, unless you have any questions, we'll start with the first presentation, and that's Williston.
Thank you, President Nadolny. Just a second here, Mr. Steeman.
Just one question. Do we have facility plans for all campuses along with these requests? Do we currently have on file facility plans for all campuses?
We do have master plans on file. Rick Tonder has all of those. I think
Okay.
there's 1 or 2 that we're still wrapping up some details, but we do have them.
Thank you.
And just as a follow-up to that, I recall from the last meeting, Mr. Hacker had asked for a overview plan by each campus before any new projects would be. Do we have that in place as well?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just for clarification, and it's not going to be on this segment of today's agenda, but when we hit the next segment of today's agenda, I will not vote for any campus improvement unless they have an up-to-date master facilities plan. That's what my comment was. And I'm going to stick by that because we can't, this is really wonderful.
It is wonderful.
Because we do need to plan. But that's the point. That's why we need master plans on each campus too, so that we're planning appropriately.
So point well taken that this will be provided to the board, the information.
And what I'd like to clarify is when part of the evaluation process and the prioritization process will be reviewing those plans, making sure that, and all of these have been identified in those plans. So we will have that for you when we ask you to make those decisions.
Thank you. President Nadolny.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, you will find two documents. One is my presentation, and the other is the detailed information provided by our architects and engineering firm. I'm going to go off the architects and engineering to provide you the information that's found in the PowerPoint. I'm sorry I wasn't able to give it to the university system in time. The project that we are asking for is in regard to Stevens Hall East. It's 23,000 square feet. It is a 41-year-old facility that has had no past renovation. About 25% of our students utilize this, primarily both nursing and music. The cost is approximately $6,700,000. And the result is that it expands and modernizes learning space to serve an increasing number of students. And you'll see at the bottom of slide 2, you'll see the FTE from 2012 to 2016 in terms of what's taking place at Wilson State. We could have submitted 2. Last year, we submitted a brand new medical facility. We chose not to. In conversations with Dr. Wynn at the University of North Dakota Medical School and Matt Grimshaw, CEO of the hospital, we saw as utilizing wasted space and old space here as a kind of an interim gap for that issue that faces Northwest North Dakota. So the project has infrastructure issues. It's outdated, it's electrical and mechanical, it's a 41-year-old building with no renovation that makes sense. It's non-compliant in terms of stairs, elevators, restrooms. We need a fire suppression system. Access is a real big issue. The roof leaks. There's a lot of wasted space. There's a lot of savings for a project like that involving windows, HVAC, temperature control, thermal control. You have that in the architectural and the engineering study. I have to tell you that I'm intimately familiar with this space. By design, the President's office has moved 5 times in my 7 years at Wilson State, and I've always moved to the least functional area of which on campus, which this is. So last summer, although I had a suite in the newly renovated Stevens Hall, the first piece, which was a renovated 60s facility, this is the 70s, early 70s, I moved into this space at the chagrin of my staff. As I usually do, I painted several of the offices, not just my own, and I replaced multiple ceiling tiles. And if you notice in the engineering study, it says that the ceiling tiles are average, and that's because I replaced about half of them. Staff were not excited about the move, but again, with the extreme makeover, you'll see the Big Bang Theory at the bottom of one of your slides. You'll see a artwork right there, which I got in Christmas. This is kind of leaning up against the wall with the gold frame. I got it and opened it, and I didn't know what to say because it's ugly. And it was from staff. And actually what happened was that while I was painting, I dropped a can of paint. They actually lifted the carpet, framed it, and gave it to me. So I thought that was just a brief levity. I'd like to talk about access and the elevators.
Ray, did you sign that artwork?
Yeah, I'm actually going to put a medal on that says Big Bang Theory by Raymond A. Nadolny.
Okay, all right, got it.
And add it to my resume. In terms of access, when I first arrived at the college, I remember we have music programs that go on the second floor. I had to squeeze somebody in an elevator, in a wheelchair, and if you look at the elevator doors, there's scuff marks from wheelchairs coming in and out. I squeezed the guy in, ran up to the second floor, and then had to squeeze the guy back out. It's not really good access. On another occasion, you'll see the alternative access is the steep stairwell. On another occasion, we had a fire alarm, and our economics instructor was on the second floor. He is confined to a wheelchair. I attempted to, and in fire alarm, you don't use the elevator. That's the alternative access. We use the elevator, and that's probably not considered appropriate. We are the largest producer, Wilson State, of associate degree nurses in the state. We use, and I have been actually kind of pushing them because of the number of nursing students to use the racquetball court as a learning area for the nurses, and you'll see that a picture there. And again, this is a space that is underutilized and can actually be, sorry, Chairman Nesson, I don't have the PowerPoint. But I can tell you that the racquetball court has no ventilation, inadequate lighting, horrific sounds, and non-functional heating and cooling. And as you can see from the next slide, a 5-foot-high entry door that the students have to come in and out of. The music and performance area, it's small. It's not designed for music. In some future date, we hope to have something in performance, but for right now, this is what's used. It's not functional. There's no acoustics, inadequate heating, cooling, inadequate access, inadequate plumbing, bathrooms that can't accommodate performances. When I went to make coffee, I tried to pour the coffee down the sink and it wouldn't drain. And we have a hornet infestation problem, which we still haven't identified the source. Actually, when I was removing tiles, I found a probably 1970s LCD stuck up in the ceiling. I mean, it's just one of those facilities that has not really been cared for. Because I'm in the office, as well as our full-time employee from Mayville State, across from the music room, there's constant disruptions to the work day. It was not built for noise. So we have 2 choirs, an orchestra, strings, and music practices of seemingly every known instrument to humankind that plays during the day, of which I get to personally listen to, as well as the employee from Mayville State, who is offering the 4-year degrees. So there are many sound disruptions. And finally, in conclusion, in regard to energy and environment, the area has neither integrated HVAC control system nor zone controls for differentiating temperatures. The air handlers do not allow the proper circulating of fresh air in this part of the building. And over the last year, I have sent people home, including myself, for a variety of reasons, mostly because of the inefficiency of the systems. Temperatures can exceed 100 degrees in both summer and winter. So, and I've had heating turned off in the winter as a result. Student learning is ultimately disrupted and in some cases completely halted. Thank you. That is my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Dr. Nadolny, thank you very much. And I will say that you do put together a very comprehensive report for us. We appreciate that. Board members, any questions, comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me.
I do have some questions on the amount of leases that you have at Williston State right now. Are they, is there any current leases that are able to change as we move into, let's say, if we approve this project, is there any way we can take a look at our space utilization at Williston?
Oh, Chairman, that's it. Mr. Melliker, members of the board, one of the things that we've been dealing with in the space utilization studies is a point in time, correct? If you look at the enrollment at Williston State, it's been 27% over the last 4 years, 11% prior to the scholarship. So we're still trying to figure out our impact on space. And additionally, we expect another increase in enrollment in the fall. So I honestly believe that Williston State had underutilized space. I think that we're beginning to fully utilize that space, and what we're attempting to do is take space that is 41 years old and make that usable space. But in regard to leases, I'm not aware of any leases.
Okay, and I have that information with me. I just didn't pull it up quick enough. But I was curious to know if there was any short or long-term leases that could be eliminated for some cost savings as you move into a new facility.
Chairman Nesset, members of the committee, at this point, in addition, I would, personally as president, I would rather occupy that space than incur additional cost to the college. We are dealing with a lot of fiscal costs now, and I'm not sure how to manage those costs. So to lease another space, I would rather go home when it's 100 plus, and then try to accommodate students in other areas if possible. And we're making plans for those kind of things, those contingencies, as we understand the governor's direction.
So if we move this program forward, for example, we aren't going to find that maybe we should have repurposed a building or knocked a building down or rechanged a building or whatever to accommodate the enrollment.
Chairman Nesset, members of the committee, right now, the one facility that has some potential would be the new Train ND facility in terms of using some operational aspect of that. But again, what we are trying to do is make sure that we are prepared in case things come back with the oil industry. So if we need to utilize that and we need to move off campus to address some of these issues, that is certainly a possibility. I thank you for that.
I don't want to take up a lot of time on this, but is there a possibility that Train ND could hold your nursing program? because of the drop in the enrollment in the Train ND program?
Chairman Nesset, members of the committee, at this point, because of the fixed costs associated with nursing and the facilities and the labs that we have, that would be very difficult. And right now, what we have is a contained nursing area in one specific location that makes it very simple to operate. But, you know, I think all of those plans, as we come into increasingly tight budget situations, get on the table.
It would help your financial situation, though.
Possibly.
Correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Dr. Nadolny, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Moving on, Lake Region State College, Dr. Darling.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'll be very brief. We did not submit a project because we did not have one that was urgent or required life safety. And we didn't have that because of the generosity of the legislature in the past number of sessions. We were able to take care of those urgent needs. Most of you were at the board meeting that we hosted on our facility this last year and got a chance to see our precision ag program. The program is in a facility that is currently leased, and we're looking at options for that. We could probably absorb classroom time on campus, but we don't have shop space. So we're looking at some external funding sources to be looking at that project for the future, but we're not requesting state resources for that at this time. So I just wanted you to be aware that we're looking at it. It is a leased facility, and it's a quality program, but we're going to have to do something with facilities. We are not interested at this time in purchasing the facility because we would be buying a bunch of deferred maintenance. It's an aging facility, and I mean, it's adequate for what we're doing, but I guess at this point in time, we're going to be looking at other options and looking for some external funding sources from maybe some industry partners to look at some shop space as opposed to classroom and shop space. So I guess I'll stop there and forfeit some of my time to those that have some priority needs.
Dr. Darling, we appreciate that, and we recognize your creativity in this, and when we are sure that when the time comes, you will speak up and tell us your needs.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess
comment?
I'm sorry, I guess the same question would apply as we look at the space utilization study at Devil's Lake. It seems that there possibly is more space there than what is needed. And is there any plans to change that?
Yes, we're evaluating the results of the study. The challenge we have is it's not the right kind of space.
Okay.
We've got classroom space available where we need shop space. And they're two totally different uses. It's you know, an example I used in discussing it with somebody, we've got our wind energy laboratory. We can't use that for other purposes. I mean, it's full of the equipment and dedicated. So on the facility usage study, it shows up that facility is not used to capacity. It's like using a chemistry lab to do an English lecture. It just doesn't work. You know, so we're looking at those things. And like I said, in looking at the facility study, we could do the courses for the Precision Ag program, the lecture courses in our facility without additional space, but we don't have the shop space.
Okay.
So it's not just the fact, it's the type of space and what you need to be able to use it for.
Thank you. Any other
Madam Chair,
questions?
yeah, I just want to make the comment. I think it's really important when you start looking at space studies and utilization that we keep in mind that a number of our institutions have requirements for specific space that may only be used 2 hours a day. And it's really easy to look at a square footage and say, well, gee whiz, you know, you got 20,000 square feet here, you only use twice a day for 2 hours, you know? But yet, you know, where else are you going to park the combine you're working on? Or where else are you going to park the large equipment that you're working on and the students are working on? It's all part of the program. So I think it's important as we look at this to not over-interpret sometimes when we have these issues. And I know it's really easy when you're only looking at numbers, right, without an idea of what's going there. So I appreciate you know, the comment, because it's really important to do that. In chemistry space, it's the same situation, you know. Lots of space in chemistry buildings are devoted to laboratory spaces that are used a little bit of the time, but yet, what else are you going to do with it? So I think this is important to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ness, did you have a comment? No? No? Okay. Any other comments from the board? Dr. Darling, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, next we'll go to Dakota College Botany, Dr. Megler.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good morning. We have two projects at Dakota College at Botno. Hopefully you have the slides in front of you. Our first project is the Nelson Science Center. We are requesting funds for phase 2 of this project. Just a bit about Nelson Science Center. It's one of our two primary academic buildings on the campus. Almost every student will take classes at Nelson Science Center during the course of their time at DCB. It's a building that's approximately 45 years old. It really hasn't had any work done to it over the course of those years. It's had, the challenge with Nelson Science Center is that it has chronically poor ventilation. I remember when the Interim Higher Education Committee met on the campus, one of the questions that one of the legislators asked, well, you must have turned off the ventilation in the building to make it so it felt stuffy, and so the fumes from the chemistry lab were prevalent. And our answer was, no, this is kind of like it is all of the time. I think over the course of the 40 years, just with ventilation not working like it should, it has just gotten to the point where when you walk in the building, you know it's a chemistry lab. And it also houses 4 other labs. You have slides of those. We do anatomy and zoology, biology, wildlife. It is our primary science building at Dakota College. We are currently completing phase 1. We had hoped that phase 1 funding that we had received would allow us to complete a lot more of the project, but that just wasn't to be. As we got into the planning, working with the architect, the work that needed to be done was a lot more extensive. We have approximately $1,050,000 for phase 1, and what that will do is to complete renovations of the mechanical room. There's a slide of that. Essentially, that room is being gutted as we speak. All of the old systems are being torn out, whether that are the main heating connections coming into the building, the heat exchangers, all of the ventilation units. Essentially, that space is being restored to new. There's also a new chiller that will be placed on the roof of the building to begin to provide air conditioning. Unfortunately, the funding does not allow us to take, we will hook into the old ventilation systems. And ideally, those need to be replaced so that we can start moving air from the new mechanical room throughout the entire building. So phase 1 essentially will complete the mechanical room. We'll have the new heating infrastructure in place, but we will have to tie into the old systems. And so we won't get all of the efficiency and the benefits from the new heating and air conditioning system. So essentially, that's phase 1. And what we're hoping to do in phase 2 is to put new ductwork in that would go to all of the labs, all of the offices, tie into the new mechanical room, and that will involve essentially tearing out everything that is in the main hallway in the building. And so while we're doing that, we will replace the ceiling grids and all of the lighting fixtures at the same time. The new phase 2 request would also give us the ability to sprinkle the building. It is not sprinkled at this time for fire suppression, and that's something that we need to do. We would also look at putting new lab stations in the chemistry lab. We are not currently ADA accessible. We make accommodations, but that's not the ideal situation. So that's phase 2 for the Nelson Science Center. Our second project request is for a backup boiler, and you just have a little bit of information regarding that. We had a new heating system installed in 2006, and it's been relatively trouble-free, but with 10 years of age on it, we are seeing that it does break down on occasion. Our concern is if that boiler breaks down when we get below 10 degrees below, our backup boiler doesn't have capacity to keep the campus heated. Our worst case scenario, and the consultant that we've been working with says it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. that if we have a breakdown at 10 below and we're not able to get the main heating system online relatively quickly, we will have to start shutting down buildings on campus. Our first priority would be to keep the residence halls heated, but we would then shut down some of the classroom buildings. Our concern would be how do we keep them from heated enough so that pipes don't begin freezing. So that second request is for a backup boiler so that we have the reserve capacity when the main boiler does go down to keep the campus heated. And so that's essentially a very quick overview of our 2 project requests, and I'd certainly be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Megler. Any questions from the board?
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
You'll probably get tired of the same question, but I'm going to ask the same question that I asked the other 2 gentlemen, is that the space utilization study shows that Dakota College of Botano has more space than what is actually needed there. Is there any discussion, or has there been any sort of conversation about what you can do to trim that up or change that? And from when I was looking at the leases, there wasn't any leases that I saw in Botano.
Yeah, Dr. Meliker, members of the board, actually, we did have one lease that we discontinued last fall, so I don't think we're leasing any space at this point in time. Similar to what you heard, as we move forward, what we would look at doing is repurposing space. And nursing is a good example. We are using 2 classrooms, separate parts of Thatcher Hall. We really need to find a way to bring those closer together and actually give them a little bit more space. We have adequate classroom space. As we look at revamping our CTE, our career and technical education programs, we're going to need to repurpose space so that we have lab space to accommodate those programs.
And the enrollment will grow enough to fill into that space.
That's the intent.
Correct?
That's the intent.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Megler. Bismarck State College, Dr. Skogan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My able assistant is passing out the handouts right now. What I would
I thought she
like...
was our assistant.
Oh, I'm sorry, your able assistant is
As
passing
an
out.
hour. You're not the
chancellor. Got it.
Bismarck State is in control.
Oh, thank you for correcting me. I'm
No,
sorry.
just a little levity, you know, it's getting...
And thank you, Tammy. I appreciate that. What I'd like to do to talk about our project is explain the conundrum that we have at Bismarck State College right now. And to do that, I have to start by talking about the Dakota nursing program. And I don't know how aware all the board members are about how we do 2-year degrees for most of your 2-year colleges here in the state. We have the Dakota nursing program that involves Bismarck State College, Lake Region State College, Williston State College, and Botano. And what we do is we share faculty and share facilities, and we do all this, and it's all done over Ivan, and it's an amazing program to go to visit the classrooms, because you walk into the classroom and you've got, at Bismarck State, we might have 20 nursing students sitting in the classroom, and on the TV screen up front is another classroom up at Williston, and on the other TV screen is a faculty member from Lake Region. Okay, so we've combined, through technology, we've combined 4 of the institutions then that produce 2-year degree nurses for the state. Since 2005, about 1,200 nurses have graduated from that program, so it's been a very successful program. At the time that my predecessor stood up this program, there was absolutely no facility on campus to house a nursing program, which has very specific kinds of classrooms, as you can understand. They've got very specific classrooms. And so what she did is opted to lease a building that was then renovated. The whole top floor of this building was renovated then to provide nursing program classroom space, as well as the Ivan space for the TV classrooms and so forth. And so we have a lease on that facility till 2020. In the meantime, Bismarck is making plans. It's called 5 South, in which they are developing the area around the event center. And part of that project is the building of University of Mary campus in that area. And so the University of Campus now has first option on that building, and the plan is for the University of Mary then to raise that building and build a new building on that facility, because the building that's there does not meet their needs for their campus. So that means basically we're going to be left homeless in our nursing program. And so I contacted Monsignor Shea and I asked him about how quickly they were going to kick us out in the street, and he did assure me they would be very Christian about this whole thing. So we're working we're working closely with Monsignor Shea and his folks as they move forward in their plans. So the bottom line to it is that then for Bismarck State College, what our request now is then for a facility that would go on our campus that would house our nursing program. And we simply don't have the space that would accommodate an entire nursing program. As well, this project also includes space. We have, I know you've all heard this, and I talked about it yesterday. John Richmond and I have agreed on the delivery of a pharmacy tech program here. We're working towards a dental assistant program here, and neither of those have space. And so this new facility would also have space for those two-year programs as well. So it's a conundrum for us. Had University of Mary and the City of Bismarck not decided on this expansion project, we would probably just renew our lease in that facility. Although the plan had been from the very beginning, Dr. Thigpen's plan was at some point to bring those programs back on campus. So that's our conundrum that we're under right now.
That's significant. Thank you. Questions? Ms. Tufte?
I believe that NDSU has a nursing program in Bismarck. Is there any opportunity to utilize the space concurrently?
Right. I won't speak for Dr. Brashani, and if he wants to chime in, I do know that that facility is way too small for their program, and their program has grown significantly since they've moved to town, so yeah.
Good point. Any other questions?
Madam Chairman?
Yes,
I have
Dr. Melliker?
Question about the Horizon building lease. What is that?
The Horizon building is a leased property, and we currently lease that, but we've turned around and subleased all of it. So Bismarck State College is not in that building, but that would not be an adequate building without major renovation. It's just a series of offices, and there's a couple of conference rooms and so forth.
And so if this new building got approved, then you would not be leasing the Allied Health building anymore, correct? And that's a savings of about $85,000 a year.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Scogan, thank you. All right, next up, North Dakota State College of Science, Dr. Richmond.
Madam Chair, members of the board, for the record, my name is John Richmond, President of North Dakota State College of Science. I appreciate this opportunity to present to you for your consideration our project entitled Expanding Access to Workforce Development and Training. This project is being revised and enhanced from the last session's project, a project that you, the State Board of Higher Education, forwarded to the governor for his consideration, a project that the governor prioritized in his budget and forwarded to the 64th Legislative Assembly. Yesterday, during our Envision 2030 Educational Summit, Governor Dalrymple provided remarks on the private sector initiatives. The governor referenced a study being led by the Fargo-Moorhead West Fargo Chamber, who has contracted Grinberg and Associates to conduct a workforce environmental assessment of the Cass County region. This assessment, once completed at the end of June, will provide guidance for this project. This project aligns with the North Dakota University System EDGE strategic plan and aligns as well with the NDSCS strategic goals. The purpose of this project is to create career pathways
that are more efficient, reduce time to degree for students, increase access to educational and training opportunities, while remaining affordable for students and businesses by having multiple K-12 school districts working along with and aligned with multiple two-year colleges, providing seamless transition from high school to two-year colleges to the workforce and beyond. Our request is $15 million from the general fund's appropriations that will be matched by private sector, creating a private-public partnership. So why? Why now? Why Cass County? To advance North Dakota's socioeconomic position, we must have a well-educated workforce with a minimum of an associate degree. Cass County is the largest population center in the state. Cass County is the fastest growing population in the state. K-12 enrollment projections for that region show more than 4,000 new students coming in the next 5 years. The largest percentage of the state's current job openings are within this region. Delaying this initiative will have a significant negative impact on advancing workforce and training. This is the Chamber's #1 priority, as well as the #1 priority for the EDC, as indicated in their letters of support that are part of the brochure. This has been studied and studied and studied. To quote someone from yesterday, it's time to do something. Now is the time. Entertain questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Richmond. Appreciate that. Any questions from the board? Dr. Murphy?
President Richmond, I just have a relatively simple question. On lining up the $31 million of private money, where are you in that process? What do you envision the length of time it will be to do that? If you have the $15 million tomorrow, how long will it take to generate the $31 million in the partnership money?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Murphy, that's hard to say today. When the workforce environmental assessment is completed, as I indicated by the end of June, that will give us some indication. The progress reports that we've received from Grenberg and Associates are very, very strong in the indication that the private sector is willing to do something as long as we can change the culture and change our practices and get K-12 and associate degrees, the curriculum aligned, and start to create true career pathways while they're still in high school to reduce the time and the affordability for students. They're not willing to support if we just continue to do what we've done in the past. They see this as a step in the direction that they see it as an investment for their workforce. I believe, and when we map this out, your recommendation will go to the governor. The governor's budget will come out sometime in the fall. That fundraising effort would have to be in place prior to the governor's budget.
Thank you. Additional questions? Mr. Ness.
Dr. Richmond, are you targeting certain programs, or is this an extension of what you are offering, or what kind of programs are we looking at?
Members of the board, we are targeting the high demands that business and industry has indicating to us through the assessment. We know that they are in the cluster areas of manufacturing, IT, allied health, construction, transportation, and finance. We are in preliminary discussions with several public school districts in how to align their offerings with our offerings. But as President Scogan indicated, it's not just NDSCS programming. President Scogan and his staff is coming to Fargo this summer to see how we can start to offer process manufacturing that Bismarck State offers in Fargo. There's no reason for us, NDSCS, to recreate it when we have it in the state. We're also, in the past, we've had academic partnerships with M-State, and we see potential partnerships there. This is not an effort to duplicate programming. This is an effort to collaborate to better serve business and industry.
Thank you. Chancellor?
Yeah, I just wanted to commend Dr. Richmond, the work he's doing, and I've spent a lot of time in the River Valley. Craig Whitney, I met with his group. We had a big panel on technology there. Ed Schaefer gave a talk about the vision of Red River Valley of the future, and we talk a lot about advanced cybersecurity, doctoral programs and whatnot, but one of our ambitions is manufacturing. It is a possibility with small workforces, 3D printing, that if you have people with 2-year degrees who are craftsmen, some of these technologies are at an early stage. We're never going to be an automotive center, but we can do this stuff, but we've got to have more people like this. I'm not necessarily endorsing exactly what's here, but this is a vibrant market, this whole valley, and a huge part of this are people who can work in manufacturing. And Mr. Lubbers, who was in the manufacturing breakout, sent me, he's got a whole brief on where they may go, but it's crucial that we get more of these people. And I know that a 45-minute drive to Wahpeton can be that can be significant for someone trying to get some courses under their belt. So it's thoughtful work, and it gets to our idea that we have a big state, and each market has a lot of unique aspects.
Madam Chairman?
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Melker?
I have a question about the amount of savings that you would elicit in Fargo by leaving the existing facility, and you're leasing the parking lot there too as well, or not? Or am I wrong about that?
Members of the board, yes, we lease the facility. The NDSCS Alumni Foundation owns the building and the land, and we lease that from them. To answer your specific question, I could only give you a ballpark figure. We pay rent of roughly about $170,000 a year. In addition to that, it's a triple let lease, so we pay all taxes, all insurances beyond that.
Okay. And that sort of funding will go to, has a possibility of going to the new facility?
Correct.
Because you would be saving money in that
Correct.
existing space.
Ms. Reichert?
Just a quick question. I know you have a line item in here for land acquisition. Do you have a site?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
There's a line item here for land acquisition. Do you have a site in mind?
Members of the board, no, we do not. We have a matrix that we created for the last session that is weighted. The matrix, the heaviest weight on the matrix is if you take all of the public schools within Cass County and magically put a dot that is equal distance from each of the high schools, that would be our highest weighted value. The other piece is public transportation, because we see a large population of immigrants, first-time Americans, English, that don't have transportation, that need public transportation, that will need this type of education. So public transportation is critical, as well as visibility. It's got to be in a visible location, easy to get to, accessibility. Those would be our three primary. But to answer your question, no, we do not at this time.
Thank you. Any other additional questions or comments?
Well, President Richmond, I guess my question falls up on the lease of the foundation owns your current location. Do you anticipate that the foundation, one element of raising money would be to sell the existing location and rolling that money into this effort?
Members of the board, Dr. Murphy, I can't speak for the foundation.
I understand that. But I mean, that's a possibility, right? Because foundations exist to support the institution.
And that is exactly what our foundation's mission is.
Any other questions? Ms. Reichert?
Just curiosity, I support this. I supported this last effort, last go-around when we looked at this. Just curious on your faculty, would you have faculty commuting, or would you bring in faculty from, would you need to hire additional faculty and staff?
Members of the board, thank you for that question. We've been operating in this facility for over 20 years. And we've added programming during that 20 years. We have had faculty that teach strictly in Fargo and strictly in Wahpeton, and we have faculty that go both directions. So the faculty piece, what we cannot do, what we should not do, is create a 12th campus. That's not what the state needs. We don't see an administrative cost to this. We aren't going to have another football team. We aren't going to have another president. This is simply aligning our programming as well as Bismarck State's or Lake Region's or M-State's programming in a location that is convenient to expand those educational and training opportunities for high school students that are going to get them to their associate degree faster and more affordable. That's what this is about.
Thank you, Dr. Richmond.
Thank you for your consideration.
You bet. Mayville State University, Dr. Hagan.
Madam Chairman, committee members, I think I have a unique story to tell, and I can do it really quick if I play the teacher and you play the students and you follow along with me instead of getting ahead. There's always a danger of handouts. 21 years in the classroom taught me that. We are going to propose a different way to handle our old main project. That's really our last building of concern on a campus, and coming from 8 years ago, 40% deferred maintenance. I can hardly believe I'm saying that, but it's a big project, so we're going to make it bite-sized and see how that might work for you. So if we turn to inside the second pages, this is the color. This is a look. The top chart shows Mayville State in 2008. I came aboard and I inherited a campus with 40% deferred maintenance. We're the second oldest campus in the state. We went 40 years, 20 straight biennia without a state-supported building project, and that's what you get. Lots of red. Red is bad. And the only blue building on there, blue is good, was built by student fees and city sales tax. If you drop down to the bottom box, that's today, from 40% to somewhere between 6 and 8% deferred maintenance. The yellow is a new street and parking lot, which is all brand new. That used to be a swamp. It was very difficult to even drive around the campus. It's gorgeous, it's beautiful, it's functional, it works great, but you see a lot of blue. It looks like there's some red yet, but I'd like to point that out very quickly. The very middle red box is the power plant, but if you look to the left of it, we have a new power plant. I'm not worried about that. The other ones are dormitories, and you don't concern yourself with that. That's leaves one red box, and that's Old Main. And that's what I'm talking about today. Our Old Main was built in 1890. And I see at Wilson, they have a 41-year-old building I want to work with. This one's 126 years old. It's had a minor remodeling on 2 floors, 1 time. That was a deal for the state of North Dakota. A third of our campus activities every day still take place in that building. This is a very heavily used building. Almost everybody on campus is in that building at some time during the day. But here's how we got there. We eliminated 75,300 square feet, Dr. Milliker. We tore it down. Every time we added something, we tore something down. And we renovated 104,000 square feet. We've added only 39,000 state-of-the-art space, because we know our long-term plan projected more students away, online, distance, and so forth, and we had some excess capacity. Quite frankly, a lot of that capacity was worn out. That's how you get to the 40% deferred maintenance. So you can see we reduced our overall deferred maintenance between 70 and 75%, depending upon how you calculate it. What that meant just recently, for example, with budget reductions, we had $80,000 a year just in efficiencies and savings we could apply to debt by taking care of physical plant facilities. So if you look at the next slide, the next one, it's a blue box. That's our existing Old Main, and we would add to it the green. And that's the same concept. If anybody's lived in a big old house, there's no room in it because the little rooms, they weren't designed for anything, no openness, so everybody adds on a kitchen, for example. We would add on, and that would solve some of the problems. In the bottom box it says, for example, create zones for equalizing heating and cooling. You can't push cold air up. I mean, you do all these things and it doesn't work. Once the engineers finally told us, zone it, put the critical things, bathrooms, plumbing, heating, air conditioning, on top of each other, you got one place for all your problems to fix and maintain. It solves all the flows from floor to floor. Everything came together. We knew what to do. We could get an elevator, a freight elevator. We could improve our egress. There's a theater on the 3rd floor. In case of a fire, probably nowhere to go. It solved some fire problems. The big double stairways in Old Mains, the engineers described those as oxygen pumps. When you have a fire, poof. So I checked. I thought, we've done this before. The Old Main at Allendale burned. I went back to the newspapers and looked. If you want to see an inferno and a write-up on how many minutes it took, do it. It didn't make me feel any better after I did it, but it made me much more excited today and let you know what could happen. Seriously, check it out. And it got to be personal when I realized, hey, my office is down the hall. I have an egress problem. And more so because we had our sprinkler system checked just recently and found out it won't work. It was misengineered. It will not work. That changes my attitude every day when I go to work. Now that's $100,000 to fix that. That would be part of this. And the more I thought about it, especially last night at 11 o'clock when the fire alarm went off in the motel and I'm standing outside with everybody, they have their babies and their purses and their children. You know what I took? I took these booklets. I'm standing with these booklets. I thought, that's an omen. How else can I explain it? I look like a fool. But I saved them. I said, I'm going to present this come hell or high water tomorrow. So here it is. And I don't know what can be done with things like that, but is there $100,000 in the whole higher ed budget to fix our sprinklers? We didn't know about this before. We just found this out.
When you say you just found this out, how recently?
The last 2 months, maybe?
2 months ago. To me, the most obvious thing, do you have a security? I mean, you say, you tell us this building is being used by every student on campus nearly every day, a third of your...
All our administrative work, computer facilities.
Is there an immediate safety concern in this building?
It's hard to say you don't with a 126-year-old building, but the sprinkler thing just now intensified what I was going to say today.
Sounds like it to me.
That's why I check out the Allendale pictures if you want to see an inferno. You know, after talking to the engineers, the oxygen pump situation, and you can't suppress the fire.
I believe you.
If we can, our fire department's only 2 blocks away. But they said it don't get there if you can't suppress it.
I was going to say nothing would be close enough, but I'm just concerned about an immediate safety concern in this building. Has this, with the new information, has it elevated that for you, Dr.?
Absolutely.
My question is very simple. I mean, how can you occupy a building where you know the fire suppression system doesn't work? I mean, if you know, you're opening a business and the inspectors come in and...
Yeah, state fire marshal.
You know, it doesn't work, how do you occupy it? I mean, how can you
We have a theater on the 3rd floor, we could have it full of people.
Well, I mean, my question is...
No, but can you? If the state fire marshal will not allow you access to that building if it doesn't meet code?
Well, I mean, it's a liability issue as well. I mean, if you know the system doesn't work, I mean, there's a fire today, the system doesn't work, and we know that, this board has responsibility
Exactly
to the
what we're getting at,
institution,
right?
to the students, to the faculty and the staff to make sure that some kind of thing doesn't happen.
Absolutely.
Well,
So it is
quite frankly, a month ago, 2 months ago, before the budget reductions, we've always taken care of ourselves. We would have taken care of this.
We commend you for that, truly.
So,
We do.
I mean, we made a lot of progress, but out of 29 million, 11 million we self-funded at a time when our campus was financially strapped.
I'm just asking, do we have something more immediate here than a request for, a renovation project? Do we have something more immediate in a fire suppression system or something that may be added on to this renovation process but has to be done more urgently? Do you?
Well, it is.
It sounds like it to me, I'll be honest.
Well, just to clarify, has the fire marshal come out and actually given you any guidance?
So
on
we
what-
had engineers that come out and test it. So all I've got now is a recent report that says it appears your fire suppression system will not work.
The
You need to
automatic
replace it.
function, or can you
The sprinkler
manually?
heads. It's basically the sprinkler heads and some of the positioning.
The whole system or just segments of it?
I don't have that level of detail yet.
Wow.
Okay. Well, if you could, just have the fire marshal come out to get to these questions, And you know,
There's a
there's lots
catch
of
that. If
provisions you
fire
can make.
marshal says no, then and you don't have the money, where do we go?
Well, but your
That's a
classes
third
are
of our
going
campus
out right this
activities.
summer. I'm saying if we find out, I'm just following your line of thinking, if actually we don't want September 1 to show up and say the students can't be there, that there may be backup plans.
You can be there all summer. You realize that, though, Dr. Hagan? I'm just joking.
Well, but Ray would move into the fire, right? Ray? I mean, that's, you go.
This is very, I see this as urgent.
Right.
Madam Chairman?
Yes,
Is there
Dr.
any
Oliver.
opportunity, Gary, where you could split those out? Because back, again, when I was reading the space utilization study, they talked about your life safety priorities were surveillance system, improved lighting, and fire suppression and detection. And it would seem to me that, as Kathy alluded to, those are very, very important issues that should be handled differently than maybe the project itself, and might get funded differently. I mean, it'd be great if it was all done together, and that's probably the right way to do it. But like Kathy said, I feel those are immediate needs, and I don't know if the surveillance system and improved lighting has been done. Has that been finished?
That's a process and going on.
But-
What makes us unique is, like I said, we would have just taken care of this,
Yeah.
done well. But the 4% reduction, we were in the midst of that, and before we figured that out, now we have another 6%, and it's changed everything, so we need time to, I got to figure this out.
There will be other projects that'll be coming up from other campuses for projects that need funding immediately because of safety concerns. And this, to me, would be a safety concern.
This is a safety concern.
And I apologize for not having more detailed information, but this is new, we're kind of spinning on it. It's caught us really by surprise, because we have a sprinkler system.
It sounds
To find
like
out
you
it doesn't work, or wouldn't work when we need it, was quite a shock.
That's a huge
How old
shock.
is this sprinkler system?
I've been at Maple State 40 years, and it was going a long time before then, probably 60 years.
So it's not something that was recently put in, we can go back to the contractor.
I think the engineering and the understanding of fires and all this have come a long way, and that's probably why they're saying it wouldn't function now.
Might be on warranty still. They could check.
60-year warranty.
Well, just to put you at ease a little bit, as a former chief engineer, when you have automatic systems do this, there's usually a provision that you have to take other actions to provide security. You know, during after hours, nobody's there is one thing, but when there's occupied people there, the fire department's on call. I mean, there are ways I don't think you're going to face being shut down, but we need to find out what the liability is. Back to the point here. So.
Right, and it's trying to get my handle on it. It's a dry system because up there's no insulation up
No
there.
heat up there?
There's a lot of discussion that's started, but I don't have a full handle on this. I'm not an engineer. My concern was, I said, if you have a fire, it's not going to suppress anything.
No. No, I think we have two different issues here. We have the request on the building, but we have a safety issue and concern as well.
That would be wonderful.
I think at this point, comments from the board, I would suggest we have a safety review of this building first, and then see what may be done in conjunction with the.
That's
almost looks
essentially
like
what we
it's
did.
two-phased
What
to
came
me.
up was the sprinkler heads and the ability to deliver enough water to do anything. That's really all we're concerned about at this point, for the most part. But it's 1890 building, so
Right.
to say it's all wonderful would be
Wrong.
overstating things.
Right. Well, we certainly appreciate how well you've kept up and worked with it, and as you say in your own words, taking care of your own facility. President
I
Hagan.
appreciate that.
We really
There's almost
do.
$8 million in deferred maintenance in this building, which almost takes all the red out of our picture and makes us all blue. So we're one project away from being in very good shape. Pardon me?
Pass the utilization study with flying colors.
Oh, thank you.
Good use of your space.
But we did work at it. You know, it wasn't accidental. We've spent a lot of time and effort in trying to weave it into our strategic plan and where growth enrollments are coming and downsize, and it's gone fairly well. But this is a new thing that popped up, and it's the timing was right to bring it here. So
It is the timing, right? I would say that the timing does not allow for us to wait for another board meeting, though. To me, this is high priority.
I can communicate with the chancellor.
Yeah, I really do. I would say that this has to come to the chancellor and to, our facilities.
Well, to wrap it up quickly, I guess we're spending more time, but I'm proposing a $5 million project that would get us started on Old Main because we waited 126 years, I guess, and that might make it bite-sized and we could get this done over a number of years and take care of this. This is our last source of deferred maintenance on campus for the most part, which is amazing. This past year, we actually got recognized nationally for one of the top 30 attractive and affordable campuses in the nation, which shocked us. 8 years ago, that wouldn't have happened. So,
Congratulations.
well, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Valley City State, Dr. Mason.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm here to talk about Valley City's communication and fine arts building. And I want to start by thanking the State Board of Higher Education, the governor, and the legislators for finding funding for it in this biennium. It was on a trigger, as you know. So had we not had the dip in revenue that we've had, our building would be under construction. And so we want to remind everyone also, Dr. Melliker, this is a 2-for-1 deal. So we are taking down 2 buildings as we build the new building when we have the opportunity to do that. McCarthy Hall, which currently houses our arts program, our tech ed, and some of our education classes would be taken down, as well as Foss Hall. The need is really driven by Foss Hall, however, our music building, because the city, with the support of the state, has invested in a flood wall because of the flooding at Valley City. That flood wall is coming in phases, and the city generously put the first phase through the campus to help protect our buildings. Because Foss Hall is so close to the river, the flood wall is being constructed right now in front of the building. So if you see there, I do have a PowerPoint slide, but it's not up. Hold on, I'm sure it will be there in a moment, maybe. If you're on our campus on June 7th and 8th for the Interim Higher Ed Legislative Committee, you will see there's that was it. There's the crane. You will see a huge hole and netting and all kinds of safety too that blocks the front of the building. So really, this is also a question of, not if, but when. So if there is no flooding, we'll be blessed this next biennium and get back in line for our funding. I also, since Dr. Melliker's been looking very closely at the utilization studies, want to remind everyone, I don't know if you have updated information, Dr. Melliker, or what was presented at the last meeting, but I reminded the board that we had concerns with our data, and in studying that, our utilization went from 43% to 58%. And once again, we were looking at taking down some more buildings.
And that would be on top of the 15%, correct?
Yes. Are there other questions or any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Mason. Any questions of the board? Thank you. All right, thank you. Dickinson State University, Dr. Mitzel.
Madam Chairman, Board, thank you very much. I will try not to treat you too much as students at all. I have a handout going around right now that will show the project that we are going to put forward. What we are looking at is a project that was also put forward during the last biennium, and it is with reference to May Hall on the campus of DSU. May Hall is the major focal point of the campus at DSU, and much like President Hagan spoke, this particular building runs the gamut of just about everybody on campus during the course of the day. It has music labs, it has administrative offices, it has 2 floors of classrooms, it has the TR Honor program housed in there, and it has our financial aid, our registrar. It is the focal point of our campus. It was constructed in 1924. It's a 4-floor facility, 88,000 square feet, and it has 3 different heating and cooling systems each of which is slightly over 35 years of age. We were having trouble pinpointing exactly where they are. We had a study done in 2013 by VFA, which was contracted through the state, and identified that an HVAC upgrade and window replacement was required, and they put the replacement sometime in the next 2 to 4 years, going from 2013. So what we are looking at on the ground floor of May Hall, we have what's called a VAV system. On the first floor, we have what's called a PTAC system. On the second and third floor, we have a horizontal ceiling mounted heat pumps, and they actually work much better. They're just getting old. The plan that is in front of you would be to replace the ground and first floor systems with horizontal ceiling mounted heat pumps, to upgrade the systems on the second and third floor, and to upgrade the control switches. And then we also want to upgrade the bathroom exhaust systems at the same time. The systems on the ground and first floor have been very problematic. They take generally at least a month every summer, with 2 people working constantly to get them running, and they tend to break down on a fairly regular basis. The systems on the first floor leak with the outside air, so in the winter we get cold air competing with the warm air that's being generated. In the summer it just reverses itself. So what we want to do is replace those areas. The second part of this project would be replacement of the windows. We have aluminum framed windows that were put in a little over 30 years ago, and they no longer hold their edging. And so it was request that we have those replaced. So that's the major project right now that we are putting forward. And in total, it's about $4 million. That would bring really that building up to very current code. So it's not a major project, it's a comfort project. We haven't had to send anybody home yet, but the 2013 study did say that they could shut down pretty much any time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Dr.
Yeah, I
Melker?
have a question. When I looked again at the master plan facility, it talked about how because of the change in administration and so on, you have not had a chance to take a look at your master plan. Have you since that time, since you've been?
We've started to look at that, and I hope to have something to Chancellor Hager out within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
That'd be great.
Yeah, we've been pulling that together, and our enrollment is changing. And if I remember correctly, in 2008, we were at 2,700 students. We're down to about 1,300. This year, for the first time in 5 years, our entering class was larger than our exiting class, so our enrollment's beginning to come up. We want to look at it in that particular phase of where our students are coming into the campus, the programs that we're going to be targeting with them. So I had asked for an extension on the master plan this year so that we could take those moving parts into consideration.
Do you think it'll show any buildings that are beyond deferred maintenance that can be changed or sold or demolished or repurposed?
We took one building off structure, the Strom Center, and we're looking at how best to utilize that, and that could bring us some very nice cost savings. We have an art building that a project had been brought forward for renovation of that. During the last biennium, I don't think that is not a safety issue, it's just a use issue, so I did not want to bring that particular project forward in this biennium. That'll probably come back onto the table in the next biennium. Whether we could, the old master plan had looked at possibly renovating spaces on campus for that, and I wanted to take a closer look. For some reason, they did not think that was a good idea, and I was not quite sure why on that. So whether we can repurpose, I don't know. We're looking at our residence halls. We're looking, I think actually we're sitting well building-wise. Our maintenance issues are pretty good across the entirety of the campus, and we're just looking to fill them back up.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mitchell. Mr. Hacker?
Madam Chair, just a brief question. I assume this building is boiler heat?
Yes.
Do you know about how old the boiler is?
I do not, but it was not
Not an issue?
not something that we were told.
You can heat the building, you're having trouble exchanging air and
Correct.
cooling. Okay.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, we can heat. It's just a matter of where it goes.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you.
Mitchell. Minot State University, Dr. Shirley? No, 3 o'clock.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity. For the record, my name is Steve Shirley, and privilege of serving as president at Minot State University. Passing around 2 different handouts, brief handouts on each of our capital projects. And as you will see, in the grand scheme of things, these are fairly modest requests, given certainly the economic realities we're all currently facing, and also quite honestly, in recognition and thanks to the board and to the legislature over the last number of sessions, Minot State University has received several major capital projects, and really the campus, from a physical standpoint, is in pretty darn good shape. The 2 projects that I did hand out, one is simply a replacement of windows, a $300,000 request for our old main building, which is one of the main and largest facilities, academic facilities on the campus. This would be to replace approximately 1/3 of the windows, all of the windows on the south side, which is kind of the main entrance into that facility. That's a $300,000 request. This has been identified by our folks in the physical plant, our facilities folks, as one of our highest need areas as far as deferred maintenance for gaining some efficiencies and so forth. And so that is that request. The other request is a little more unique, and I want to just spend a minute on that. That is a request just over $100,000 for a cadaver lab, to renovate lab space in an academic building, to convert it to be prepared to handle cadavers. That is not something that Minot State has done in the past, but our folks in biology and nursing and in our pre-professional programs and athletic training, anatomy and physiology, kinesiology, medical lab science, some of those areas have said, as you look at Minot State University, as you look at where we're located, as you look at sort of our programs and our, I think, importance to the central part of the state and the western part of the state as far as health-related science programs, it would take us to another level to have our students have the opportunity to work with cadavers. Our Student Government Association has supported this and is on record earlier this year in supporting this request. And so, again, while the dollars in the grand scheme of things is not a huge number, I think this would move us to another level academically. I know some of our folks in biology and so forth have been in contact with UND and the medical school as far as the deeded body program and handling of cadavers and so forth. So I know they've looked into this extensively. But I believe UND is the only place in the state that currently handles or works with cadavers within the university system. And so this is a kind of new ground for Minot State. And so I'll stop there. Those are the 2 requests.
Thank you, Dr. Shirley. Any questions or comments? Dr. Murphy?
Yeah, thank you. President Shirley, my only question really is focused on, it might be good because the new medical school building has new cadaver labs. We have one of the more extensive programs actually in the nation when it comes to the deeded body program. And certainly I commend you for reaching out to UND and talking with those folks, and also more than likely, do you anticipate the bodies then coming from UND for use there? Exactly. And the other thing is I would like to applaud you because it's with regards to athletic training. Oftentimes athletic training students never ever get to work on cadavers, and makes a huge difference. Just the other day, I spoke to 4 students who were going downstairs at the medical school, and they get leftovers, so to speak. But they said it is absolutely critical in their training, and they said it's very rare for athletic trainers to get to work with cadavers. And I don't know a better way of saying.
There must be another terminology.
But, what it is.
Well, I just have one thing. I think this proposal may be dead on arrival. I don't know, this cadaver lab.
Yeah, well, I mean, the bottom line is I applaud you because I think it'll help your athletic training program go to another level, which is important for attracting and retaining students.
Absolutely.
I'm very much in favor of the cadaver lab. And I'm actually feeling pretty good myself, so I don't think it's for me. But it truly will bring more healthcare providers to that part of the state, which are very much needed. So I think that's a wonderful program.
Thank you. If I can just make one other comment, I want to put my Dakota College Botno hat on for a minute and just go back to Dr. Megler's proposal as well and just be on record supporting those requests. Those of you that have spent time on that campus know that there has been not a lot as far as capital projects done on that campus over the years, and both of those requests for that campus are really needed and I think are very much justified. So I want to be on record supporting those as well.
Dr. Shirley, thank you. We appreciate you putting on that other hat as well.
Thank you.
That's very important. Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Shirley? No, and I will remind our board that we are live streaming, so we must remember our
Chair Nesset,
important here.
as I go
Yes.
back to the Dakota College Botno request, they've indicated that they also need a sprinkler system for fire protection. Are there any immediate needs that need to be taken out of the request and looked at?
Accelerated again?
Yes.
Ms. Tuffy, good question. Maybe we could call on, how about we have we have Governor, we have Secretary, we have President Schaefer here. How about as soon as we get done, we'll go back and revisit that request. Thank you. I appreciate it. President Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to submit two projects from the University of North Dakota. One is our steam heat plant that has been created as a priority as we went through our budget prioritization process. This is not deferred maintenance, this is neglected maintenance.
There's a difference.
A $20 million tab for upgrades. We, in the current budget, in the 2017 budget, will put $2 million into that plant with a plan to go over time to match the $20 million upgrade. It will save $1.4 million in operating costs. And we are submitting under the assumption that should this be funded, that we would defer the $2 million annually that's planned to go in there to other maintenance projects that have been identified through our budget prioritization process. The second project is classroom upgrades. You have all the information in front of you. Classroom upgrades in O'Kelly Hall and Merrifield Hall are important additions. It's a $17 million project. Again, with our difficult and agonizing budget decisions, reducing $21.5 million in our budgets, we increase the opportunity to free up dollars to invest. We have planned investment of $7 million. Your document says $5 million in those classroom upgrades. However, there are some IT upgrades and others. So the plan is to do a $7 million infusion into those buildings. The request for capital would be $17 million. And again, should they be funded, we would divert those dollars into other maintenance issues, but these are the highest priorities on our campus. They will be, if not funded by the legislature or submitted by the board, we will continue to do raise the dollars internally to do so. And those are our two projects. I would mention one other facility issue on the university. UND is the home of the North Dakota Museum of Art. And given Dr. Nadali's splash art here, I was thinking that should he so submit, we could put a jury together to see if we could add it to the collection.
Thank you. We have obviously elevated the museum.
Yes.
Are there any questions? Or not. It wasn't signed yet. I'm sorry, it doesn't qualify yet. It's not signed. President Schaefer, Mr. Hacker.
Madam Chair, President Schaefer, is there a, I know you're thinking through this heating plant is it's a pretty big deal at this point. I mean, it's very neglected. And there's buildings outside of UND's campus that heat their buildings with and buy steam from the institution. So there's risk to others outside of the campus as well because that's their primary heating source. I think even the hospital might use steam.
The School for the Blind and the hospital.
And the hospital. So they're also dependent on the steam that's being provided. And I don't know a lot about heating plants. Is there a process by which this could be done in phases? I mean, do you take the oldest boiler and you address that one first? It's kind of the mentality.
Yes, and in your document, it's outlined, you know, the kind of the process to go through, but the current plan that we put together for the 2017 budget includes a $2 million first phase induction, which is to get us into keeping the doors open, at least, and then, you know, the $2 million annually that will go into the process, into the facility will be for boiler repair and new operational system, which is what drives the $1.4 million reduction in operating costs.
Do you recognize the 1.4 million in savings over the entire course of the project? So as you do parts of it, you start to recognize some of the 1.4?
That
or
is
does it
correct,
take
though.
all of it to do it?
It will come in phases as the investments are made, but there'll be big chunks because when you replace a whole boiler, you know, you reduce the operating costs pretty dramatically. And long-term, you know, we're talking taking 7 boilers down to 5.
Overall.
Thank you.
Chancellor, you had a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank President for his blunt language, you know, actually saying neglected, because as you've heard it said before, you all have a public trust. I also appreciate the blunt language by Dr. Hagan, that you're running these complex systems. It's a public trust on money, but a sacred trust with the children, and we have to be able to be self-critical. And I think we're seeing the cooperation of the legislature, you know, that we can say things publicly that when they work with us, the board, and we just need more of that, that instead of just protecting an institution or soft pedaling where we're falling short, whether it's curricular, buildings, research, that we are upfront about how we're doing. And I just want to thank you for, it's been a very tough, you know, couple months there, but you laid it out there, and I just want to thank you for doing that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Murphy?
Yeah, President Schaefer, my only question is focused on last session, last meeting, we heard about an exciting proposal by the chemical engineering students at UND, working at Valley City on a basically end up making carbon for that they can sell, but all tied in with the boiler. Have you explored any of those options at UND, or is that considered a pilot project for UND to see if we can scale it up to the size of our steam plant, or can you fill in a little of that gap? Because I don't know, looking at the material here, if that's in the works or not.
Chairman Nesset and Dr. Murphy, our plan is to move forward with the study on increasing the capacity of inter-facility usage of heating facilities. I spoke briefly with Dr. Mason this morning, and we will continue to, there she is, we'll continue to, you know, to pursue the idea. And I think there's much capacity to be able to do so. In reality, I don't believe that it interferes with the commitment to increase the capacity of our furnaces today at UND, but it will over the long term, if the project works out, figure out ways that we can work together to share purchasing and maintenance and, you know, things like that to operate the facilities.
Thank you. Additional questions?
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
The
Malachi?
question that I have is, again, we look at the space utilization study, there's been some comments in the past about University of North Dakota has too much space, and has that been reevaluated or looked at, or is there any possibility of reducing any of that so we can reduce some of the deferred maintenance?
Yes, in anticipating your question.
Surprise.
We have submitted our new facilities master plan. I don't know if it's made its way to you yet, but the plan has been submitted. And included in that is the identification of several buildings that we could consolidate into, which would allow us to move offline other buildings. I am hoping to make decisions on 3 to 4 of those before I leave. And others we will leave to Dr. Kennedy, or excuse me, President Kennedy, to work down the process. But yes, we have the buildings identified. We will be consolidating some space and freeing up buildings, some to be shuttered and some to be eliminated, knocked down, whatever we say.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you. President Schaefer, do you have additional presentation for us?
I
Is that
don't.
everything?
That's it.
Oh, I just see some other funded projects listed here.
We have 2 projects that are donor funded, that have both already been approved by the legislature, but not funded, obviously, because it's donor funded. Just wanted to put them on
Thank
to
you.
make sure they stay in the queue.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions or comments? Thank you,
Thank you.
President Schaefer. And incoming, President Kennedy. Thank you. North Dakota State University, Dr. Brashani.
Chair Nessa, did you have one that you wanted to go back to?
We could, I put it to the end of the list,
Okay,
actually, so.
Okay. Well, let me
Thank you.
start by saying the context. Our facilities master plan is up to date and full compliance with board policy. Our facilities, I think, are at the other end of the spectrum as utilization-wise. They are the most utilized in the system. And when you get the facilities condition report, you'll also hear that they're in the worst condition of any of the campuses. So let me launch into an example of the first one. I have 4 projects for you. The first is Dunbar Hall's replacement. That's a fire and life safety issue that you ranked as, per board policy, your #1 fire and life safety project last year. It wasn't approved by the legislature in principle, but tied to an oil trigger, much like Valley City's. And obviously, we went in the wrong direction on that. I won't belabor that unless there are questions about it.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, Sudrow Hall. This was your, per board policy, #1 project for risk of accreditation. Sudrow Hall is particularly important to us, and I want to spend a little time on that because it really, I think, has emerged as a major critical state need. As you know, we have a severe shortage of healthcare workers, and particularly nurses in the state. With the impending opening of the Sanford project in southwest Fargo, that will worsen an already bad situation. I suspect they will be very aggressive in staffing that facility. The implications for the rest of the state are substantial. I say that because the risk of accreditation for our nursing program, which we are already under, thus you making it the #1 accreditation priority last year, we'll face one of 2 challenges if we show no progress on the project. One would obviously be the risk of losing accreditation of what is now your state's largest producer of nurses and healthcare workers in the state of North Dakota. The other alternative will be that they'll tell us to reel back enrollments so that they aren't exceeding the facility space available to them. Either one of those would be cataclysmic, and we've highlighted on pages 9 to 11, and I would literally beg you to read that. It's a very well done but concise analysis of the needs I'm talking about as far as healthcare workers and particularly nurses in the state. For your largest producer of nurses to cut back their enrollments would have cataclysmic consequences. And in fact, what we're hearing from the healthcare industry is that they need us to double our nursing enrollments above the doubling we've already taken place. We're in the process of doing that, and we're in the process of identifying temporary space because we realize even if you approve this and we go into a legislative session and it gets approved, we're still talking years out to being able to solve the nursing crisis that we're headed toward. The good news here is that NDSU has secured a verbal commitment for 1/3 of the cost of the building already. I think there's some potential for us to partner with other private sector, potentially with the state. So what I would be asking, although I know this is unusual in the current conditions to ask for 2 projects that could potentially involve state funding, I would ask that you keep this alive so we can keep pursuing alternative funding. If that alternative funding doesn't materialize, obviously the project doesn't materialize, and we'll just have to deal with the consequences of that. I'd be happy to stop there and take any questions you may have.
Dr. Brashani, any questions from the board? Dr. Melliker?
Yeah, I have a question about Dunbar. And I haven't been in the facility before, so I really don't know what's in there now as far as space utilization.
Yeah.
And
The building is chemistry and biochemistry. The most common analysis when people take a tour of the building is, get me out of here. It is literally dangerous. We've been informed by the fire department that in the event of a fire, they would most likely back away from the building. It wouldn't be a fightable fire. Obviously, the risk of loss of life is substantial, if not injury, and I don't mean to be overdramatic, but the materials in the building are highly flammable. That would be a tragedy in itself, but we would have no capacity because of our space utilization to move those courses and research anywhere else on the campus. So the results, both in risk of injury and to the academic and scholarly mission of NDSU, would be devastating.
The reason I asked the question is that with the amount of cost that it's going to take to redo the building, is there any advantage to knocking it down and building a new building?
Oh, that is exactly what we're doing.
That's exactly
Yeah,
what you're
the
doing.
code
Okay.
violations, without even talking renovations, the code violations exceed the value of the building. It is literally not a salvageable building.
Okay, so the.
It would be a demolition and
It's
replace.
a safety issue, though.
The fire marshal allows us to continue using it, but we're rolling the dice.
'Cause
We've
if
had
we-
several closures in the last year, everything from smoke to fire alarms going off that weren't actually fires and just building system failures.
So if the building is knocked down, it would still be considered a safety issue for priority, is what I'm talking about.
Well, we would replace it and then knock it down.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, which would also have the advantage of removing a substantial amount of deferred maintenance.
Correct.
Which we have no shortage of.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
Chancellor?
Okay.
Dr. Bergeon, just a question on how, if the bill, I assume you have kind of a concept in mind of what kind of facility you'd want to replace it with?
Yes,
How long would it
this is
take to, okay, go ahead.
The usual 18-month construction, falling within a 2-year. That's been planned and approved already.
Are there anything you can do between now and that time, assuming it was approved, or if because the budget crisis goes longer, to increase the safety or make sure the fire marshal doesn't shut you down? Is there anything like a hit list of key things that, kind of back to Dr. Hagan's situation, that like let's say the sprinkler system is questionable?
Not that I'm aware of. The systems work, but they tend to fail is the problem. We won't know that they failed until they don't work. But when we do systems tests, they all run, and that's why the fire marshal is allowing us to continue occupancy.
So you don't anticipate a fire marshal walking in September saying, I just got to shut you down and then throw these people out of the building?
Not unless something changed.
Madam Chairman, I would just emphasize that this is a classic case where we have a Sanford Health making a huge commitment to the city of Fargo, which is seeing very accelerated growth. Our whole region, Cass County, building a $500 million hospital, and depending on the university system to do what we have to do and provide workforce. In Sudrell Hall, as President Bergeon points out, it does need work, but it has a capability to really address that nursing issue.
And I would add to Mr. Morton's observation that the design would be a tower proximal to the existing building, so we don't lose any capacity during construction, because obviously we can't afford to lose any capacity during that construction period, if and when that construction happens.
And we also, there's a lot of critical projects as we go around the state. This one does impact a lot of people.
Dr. Morton, thank you. Mr. Steeman?
I would just back up Mr. Morton's comments about that. Just right now, there's a severe nursing shortage already. $5,000 to $10,000 signing bonuses can't get them to rural areas. And so I would guess that this would be hopefully recognized and appreciated.
The irony is that we do have the capacity to largely address this issue. We're turning away hundreds of students right now because we're over capacity already. Again, the accreditation warning. We cut off at a 3.8 high school GPA. That means that extraordinarily well-prepared students are being turned away. So the irony does not evade me.
In full transparency, too, I am a member of the Board of Trustees at Sanford. But when they come into a city, they are really a positive force for a city. Bismarck is seeing it. Fargo has definitely seen it. And it's just, you just don't have a lot of organizations like that come in. The barbarians at the gate, they're waving lots of money, but they're not barbarians.
Any additional comments, questions?
Okay, I do have two non-state funded projects I would want to highlight for you.
Thank you.
The first would be a new residence hall on campus. It's been quite a long time since we built a new residence hall. Currently, we're turning away over 600 students who request to live on campus, and the vast majority of those students are sophomores. The tragedy there is that our biggest retention issue is sophomores, and one of the best-known solutions for student retention is them living on campus, both in terms of academic success and their engagement with the campus community and continuing on to junior, senior years, and obviously graduating. The residence hall that we're proposing would be 450 beds, so it would be a big step in addressing that already existing student population and its demand. This involves no state funding. It's a self-liquidating revenue bond project which covers construction, maintenance, staffing, everything involved with the residence hall. So again, there are no implications in terms of state funding for the building. Be happy to take any questions on that. Okay.
I would just, I'm sorry. I think as a board, when this is something that does not require state funds, but I think at some point as a board, we have a responsibility to somehow figure out a way working with each of the campuses of how do we handle deferred maintenance? We've got to come up with some strategy for deferred maintenance when it's not state funded. Now, hopefully the state funded buildings will have a fund for deferred maintenance. If not, we should pursue that too. But we've got to address this deferred maintenance, whether it's a building, if we're fortunate enough to have a building built by donors, that's a positive for us. Or if we're really fortunate to have a state-built building, but we've got to, I think we've probably, maybe at our June meeting or sometime, we've just got to address this deferred maintenance thing.
Good point. Dr. Murphy?
Yeah, my comment would be, I agree. I mean, in fact, the last session, in the legislative session, I had comments on record saying that, we really need to ask for a lot more money.
See, I do listen to you, Eric.
Yeah. and well, I'm not sure but, if I'm glad or not. But anyhow, the point is, though, we've had a lot of conversations sometimes about this, even on campus, just with colleagues. And deferred maintenance across the U.S. is a huge issue in institutions of higher education. I mean, we're not unique in that we have a lot of it, as does everybody else. I think part of it, we look at when buildings were built. We had after World War II, and you look at, how did our institutions of higher education grow? And, like a lot of institutions, we just sort of put off this maintenance issue. So I think it's really important to get in front of it. I agree with Don 100%. I also think it's critical, especially for a research institution like NDSU, having an adequate chemistry space at an institution where chemistry is such an important part of that fabric of that institution is really, really important. And I was glad to see that Dunbar was on the list, but unfortunately, the oil situation. So I think we need to strongly support that. But further, I think it's just not nurses. I mean, you train pharmacists are in Sudrow Hall as well, as I recall, and we have a pharmacist shortage, and most of the pharmacists that NDSU trains stay in the state of North Dakota, and again, it's another one of those rural settings have additional trouble attracting pharmacists. So, I think this is really important to keep that mission going full tilt and not to have anything get in the way of that mission. Frankly, I think, it looks like, gee whiz, it's a lot of money and it's tough times, but, you hate to cite a movie, but I remember one time, sometimes when you're in this position, you do build, okay? In tough times, sometimes you do build because that's the way we do it. And I would suggest that with regards to the last two in particular, there's a tremendous amount of need, but I think the need at NDSU is really, really high. So strongly urge that to move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
One last,
more
not
project?
state-funded, again, a self-liquidating revenue bond project would be the first phase of replacing University Village. For those of you that are NDSU grads, that facility was old when you went to school, and it's only gotten older. This is also a very low-density housing project. Most of the buildings are only 2 stories. We would put modern apartments that match what we've already done on University Drive, do that in 2 phases, so we minimize, if not eliminate, the displacement of students living there. It's mainly upper-class students, so we think by doing it in 2 phases, we can accommodate them. Again, that has no implications for state funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ness, did you have a question? No, okay. All right, thank you very much, Dr. Bashani. Now we'll go back. Ms. Tufte, you had a question for Dr. Migler, I believe. We can revisit.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my experience with these types of projects is that the sprinkling systems have to be added when you do new renovations. Now, this building has not been sprinkled, so it's met code at that time. In recalling conversations with our architect, it was, well, now that we're in the process of renovations, we really should bring it up to the new codes. So I didn't sense that this was an immediate safety priority, other than as we bring that building up to new specifications, that it should meet the codes at that time. We do have good egress in that building. I know that one of the things that we did do have some conversations about was the fire alarm system, which is working well. And then all of the classrooms and labs in that building do have, this gives you nature of how old they are, have opening windows. There is egress in the event of an evacuation. People could just get out through the windows if they absolutely have to, and it is all single story. But I will ask that question of our architect when we meet in our construction meeting, just to find out what the sense of urgency might be. But my impression was that we're good to go when we remodel the building.
Dr. Migler, thank you. And I see a big difference between that situation and what Dr. Hagan has described to us with a 4-story potential inferno. Thank you. You make a good point. All righty. We are time to move on to Chancellor's report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Obviously, time has taken its toll here, and so I will try to be really fast. First off, I just want to thank the board and all the presidents of what they're doing. We've got the strategy we talked about yesterday. We are following up with metrics, and we are adapting as things happen. You just heard the cybersecurity brief. Networks are getting stronger and safer. We're doing administrative overhauls. We got rid of golden parachutes for the senior staff that we discovered. We're doing cost studies. Audit is adapting. Also, with regard to the teacher shortage, the MAT. So we're doing a lot of different things to be responsive. But we're also trying to look ahead. You'll be getting a bunch of studies during our strategic retreat that will come to you. Shared services is a huge emphasis, but we also are recognizing that the budget is tightening while this is happening. And so we're going to add something to shared services. Kind of the Chancellor's Cabinet will be talking about this. It came from some of the presidents. We might call it a rapid retention study group or task force, realizing that every student we keep is more revenue coming in, and we're going to be working that over the summer, as well as a rapid look on how we can share some more courses, probably too late for August, but by January. So I just want to make the point, we're doing the strategy. I've got a book full of metrics. We're all adapting to things, but then we're also trying to look out. Envision got us off. I want to thank Linda for helping so much and being the leader on that, but just a reminder, the mission phase 2 is going to get to some things we just talked about here. The size of campus, the demographics. We'll probably have, as Larry Scogan finishes out Mission 1, we're going to shift to the research universities, the 4-year schools, and start out probably with a kind of a foundation on where we stand on research, just the numbers, and kick that off of the 4 years, the research demographics. Do some campuses need to give, remember the issue we brought up with the legislature, more waivers, less waivers, the size. So I just want to, real compressed, we're doing lots of stuff. The last 2 things, Bach and U is still a crucial priority, and we got it going here in Bismarck, but that's probably going to shift more to the experts up to the north. I'll be meeting with the Bach and U universities afterward, and then also looking at someone who can really study, the unique workforce requirements in the West, because as we heard from demographer, the West will be the largest part of the state by 2030. I mean, this is a hugely important thing. As you've heard, Red River Valley could be a huge tech engine, but we can't neglect what's happening with the workforce out in the West. And with regard to the other big initiative, Nexus ND, I mentioned yesterday the big studies on data will probably shift from my office, from Lisa and Mr. Ressler, to one of the campuses. We're discovering there's some real expertise there. I'm not sure if it'll be NDSU leading it or UND, but those very pared down was just a snapshot of the things that are constantly moving as we go ahead. And I think that would be it.
Thank you, Chancellor. State Board of Higher Ed Budget, Finance, and Facilities Committee. Don Morton.
The Budget Committee has looked at everything here. We've approved it. It was, I would move that we make this a consent agenda, but open up for discussion if there's any questions. Second, by the way.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. Any questions, any discussion on any of the items? Need more detail?
Madam Chair, so there's a motion made and a second made to approve them all as a consent agenda item. I do have one short question.
Yes.
And it's not the committee's role to really ask this question of the campuses, but does NDSU, and I'm wondering if this came up in your committee meeting, does NDSU and Wilson State both have up-to-date master facilities plans in place?
I think they do.
And Madam Chair, the presidents are here. We could ask them
Presidents are
individually.
here and the chancellor
It's not
is
the role
here.
of the committee to ask that question, so I'm
True.
not saying that the committee's not fulfilling its duties. I think they're doing a wonderful job. I would just like to ask the question to each of the presidents if they have an up-to-date facilities plan. So,
Dr. Bashani, would you like to?
I started my presentation by highlighting it's up to date and in full compliance with state board policy.
The same with Wilson State.
Thank you.
Okay, so they are current. Thank you.
Good catch, Nick. Thank you.
Appreciate that. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on these items? Hearing none. Christie?
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Ness?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset?
Yes. Academic and Student Affairs Committee recommendations. Ms. Reichert?
So our items 14 through 17 are the items that were before us for action, and we did recommend approval. 14 and 15 are name changes. 16 is a new program that we thought was a very positive program. And then item 17, you notice a lot of terminations, and those were, or many of those were where there was overlap. There's already a BS in those programs, or for some of these minors, I believe that there was not a lot of enrollment, and for the music education, I believe that they are consolidating into a single program. And so these all, we did vote to recommend approval of all of these. But we also talked about a few other things that I just want to report on as well. One, we are continuing, Richard is working with UND and NDSU to discuss the core course requirements, and as Mike had prompted us to review any of the impacts we may be having on CTE, and whether we want to look at including some of those core courses as part of that. So that's still under review. We also talked about an issue that Dr. Murphy had raised with regard to special appointments and the right to grieve. And he raised it with regard to, I think there's a number of special appointments at UND. And the question was an interpretation of policy. Right now, someone who is on special appointment can grieve only if the contract is terminated during the term of the contract, not if it's not renewed. And the challenge there is we have some of these special appointments that have been going on for quite some time. And we did hear back that is the interpretation that our attorneys said that they would apply as well. And so we would be looking at whether or not we need to consider providing the right to grieve for some of these faculty who have been on longer-term special appointments. And Dr. Murphy's suggestion was 3 years or more, and I assume we'll continue to discuss that. We also talked about just our process in general and how we look at programs. And of course, the one that has come to our attention recently is music therapy, although we did have the situation about a year and a half ago maybe with Williston and the nursing program. And it's our concern was when there are exigent circumstances, how is this coming in front of the board and making sure that we're still continuing to follow our processes. And right now, just so everyone knows, whenever there's a new program being created, there's a stage 1 and a stage 2. And the stage 1 is just an announcement phase, and it goes to the chancellor, the vice chancellor reviews, academic affairs, and the cabinet, and then it's just announced to the board. And those do appear on our agenda. We look at them, but we don't really engage in a lot of discussion. At stage 2, that's when it requires board action. It comes back, goes through that process again, and that's when we take action. With termination of programs, really we don't have a stage 1. There's an inactivation process that's just noticed to the chancellor, and part of that process includes explaining how we're handling any current students and providing the rationale for the decision, as well as the supporting documentation from the campus level as to what took place to make that decision. And once something's on inactive status, the campus has 3 years to determine what they're going to do with that. And then when a program is actually terminated, it's a stage 2 request. That gets reported to the board, and we have to take action on that. The odd thing with the termination or inactive is that those don't show up on our agenda, whereas the creation of new programs has a stage 1 phase. There really isn't something similar for termination, and our concern was by the time it gets to the board for action, or our committee, basically it could have been some time, the decision's basically been made for us because enrollments are down or they've discontinued accepting students. And so our concern was we kind of become a rubber stamp at that point. What are we really to do? And so we talked about, as a committee, wanting to be informed. As I said, this came up a while back with the Williston nursing, and now it's come up again. And we just want to make sure that, because the board is ultimately responsible for our programming, we have a responsibility to the state, a responsibility to students. We would like to know on the front end, rather than hearing about it or making the decision after it's effectively been made. And so we aren't trying to be, we want our campuses to be very responsive, and we appreciate that. We want them to be agile in response to challenges they may have at the moment, budget being one of them. But our committee wanted to make sure that these things were coming up in a timely way. And so Richard has come up with a proposed solution for us based on our suggestion, and that would be to create basically a short form that the campuses could use when they are anticipating inactivating or terminating a program. And that would be routed, it could be put on our agenda, just like the stage 1 requests. They don't have to, they don't require action, but just so that we're in the know and we can discuss them as needed. And so that would be our recommendation. And in fairness, we didn't have a motion on this, I guess, as a committee. We just discussed about and talked about bringing it to the full board. So I don't know if Mike or Dr. Murphy, if you have anything to add.
I think as we've put up with a tremendous amount of angst and turmoil over the music therapy program, I think it really highlights where the board, if that program doesn't come to us until 3 years from now, at which point there's no students in it, then all we're doing is saying, you've got to cancel it, right? We're going to terminate it. And I think that was enunciated well, but I think it's really important that when this kind of action occurs, that the board does feel that it has the authority, because it does have the authority based upon the Constitution of the great state of North Dakota, to act as we see fit on any kind of activity occurring at any of the campuses. And so, I think what Richard's proposed is in light of what we discussed, is that we just want to be able to see when things are happening so we can give feedback. Because if the board feels that a particular program should not be halted, then, the institution needs to know that. And we don't want to get into a situation 3 years after the fact where everybody says, and where colleagues say and stakeholders say, why did you let that occur? And so I think that's an important thing. And on the other issue, on special appointments, across the system, you see special appointments being used, but UND, there's a tremendous number of special appointments. And the real issue comes into these individuals are only offered a new contract. There's no expectation for renewal in their contract like a tenure track faculty member. And the reality is these people serve a tremendous role, and oftentimes we have entire departments, the entire physical therapy department, except for one individual, and that's not the chair of the department, are all special appointments. A tremendous number of people in the occupational therapy and in other areas within the medical school and the allied health professions are on special appointments. And so for these people, you know, they are being asked to participate actively in shared governance, but yet they often feel that if they say something at the right, that maybe should be said, but they are reluctant sometimes to say the important things that should be said because they feel that there's always a possibility of retribution. Because all they have to be told is, I've decided not to give you a new contract. They have no right to grieve. There's no process. There's nothing. They're just done. And in the medical school, we've had 2 individuals come to my office as being involved on standing committee of faculty rights. The hearing by, here's these grievances. One individual, 16 years of service. Another individual, 15 years of service. And it's really difficult, you know, when you have to sit there and say, well, you know, this is policy. And so, you know, I know Nick gave us the recommendation. It is the interpretation that we've been using, and that's consistent. But I think we need to do the right thing by our faculty. And the right thing is to provide them a policy where these individuals can grieve, and so that the playing field is somewhat leveled. That if for personality issues, we all know that can occur, that these people, something's not held against them simply because of their position in a faculty meeting or in some other committee meeting at which they're compelled to participate, right, as part of their academic duties. And so I would urge the board strongly to move forward. This has been something I've been working on since I've came on the board to try to get this ship righted and to do the right thing by faculty. And it's just do the right thing, right? It's not, maybe we're going to trend set in a positive way in higher education, but at the end of the day, I think you need to move forward with this quickly.
Dr. Murphy, thank you. Mr. Ness?
Well, I think Carrie gave a great explanation of all the issues we've been talking about. We've been talking about these for months, and I hope we don't give up on any of them. The core classes, Richard has been working pretty closely with universities on that, SU and UND. And I think our proposal will go to them stating that we would use the scholarship requirements that are allowed by the state for CTE and allow those types of classes as part of the core classes at UND and SU for the 14 coming up and for 15 coming up in 17 required core classes. So that's the intent of that. And what Eric just talked about is a situation that I think we need to review and keep on top of. He reminds us of this every month. It's a passion of his, and it's a real issue. And he's going off the board, and we can't just give up on that because it's an issue impacting a lot of people. And the last one, the termination of the programs. It's something that we have talked about extensively at each of our last meetings, and we don't want to get to a point where we're micromanaging what the presidents are doing by any means, but we think we should be in a position of reviewing situations that come forth where they are terminating programs rather than just waiting for them to die by themselves 3 years down the road. So that would be the intent, I think, of our motion. Carrie has a motion that I think she will present, and it's more of a review process from our committee. If things come up, then we can dig into it. And if the board asks us, what's your recommendation from your committee on this, we do have some background on it rather than it just coming before the board and not having any information. So,
thank you. Mr. Morton?
I would commend the Academic Affairs Committee. Good work. This is an easy one to support. I just have such confidence in our campuses, especially after reading President Schaefer email to us that went through the whole process around music therapy. That was very well done and very well explained, and I think this is easy to support. The campuses will hopefully most of the time do the right thing, but in case they don't, we have a check. But good work.
Any other questions or comments? Yes.
I would just like to point out, while the optics look like over a time period that students are reduced and the project is terminated, so it looks like you're leading into a termination. The reality is you don't want to terminate the program up front because we're teaching out to students.
Right.
So, you need the 3 or 4 years to teach out to students in the program to keep it alive until it's in fact then eliminated. So that just while the optics look like you're trying to, there's a practical application of keeping students in the system.
Good point.
Very good point. Thank you, President Schaefer. Any other comments from the board? We have several items before us, and I will also add to Mr. Morton's comments that, we task the presidents with making these hard decisions. And I still say that we as a board support the decisions and the hard work that presidents have made in these areas. That being said, we have recommendations to move forward with a process for termination. I see 3 different items before us. We have the recommendations from the committee. We have the special contracts. Is that correct also?
I think that we need to probably look at our policy. We haven't reviewed it. That was just sort of an update. But I think we need to look at the policy language and.
Within committee?
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, we've asked,
Well, that would require, I think we'd have to have the policy language in front of us.
Right, yeah, we do.
Regarding
Yeah.
which issue here? Which one? Because we have Dr. Murphy's issue regarding the special contracts.
Yeah, that's the 605.
Is that 605? All righty. That is 605. So you're requesting?
So I think we will spend some time in committee making sure that the language is correct and then, and review that and recommend to the full board that we
Good.
amend that policy.
Thank you.
The third item, though, I think is, I think policy change may be in order. I think the motion that I would make there would be to direct the system office to work on a simple form that is roughly the equivalent of a stage 1 notification of potential program inactivations or terminations. And, I think if something's removed from the course catalog, that's got active students in the program, that's the time. And those could be, it's a simple form. I mean, if you see the forms we get now, they're just checklists. It doesn't have to be complicated. And I think that probably will require a policy change. But I think that we'd like to make it effective now because I have a feeling that we may see more of these with the budget situation that we're in.
I agree with you. I'm going to defer to council, though. Noah and Nick, can you advise us whether we need a motion for this, or can we just make a request to work up, to some policy work here?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the board, if what's being suggested here is a policy change, I would suggest moving that to the next agenda so it can be more fully developed. It's not listed here in the consent agenda to begin with. It wasn't added at the beginning of the meeting. So my recommendation would be to develop that more in the committee and then bring it forward to the next board meeting.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman?
Good. I appreciate that. Yeah, yes, Dr. Melliker?
I agree with that, because I think it's important at the end of the day that they make a decision, but I also agree with President Schaefer's approach, that if we have students in the program, we need to somehow or another through the policy make sure that they graduate with the degree that they went to that particular institution to get. And by terminating the program before all of those students have gone through the system or the funnel or whatever we want to call it, I think would be premature. So I think the policy is important, but let's make sure that we have taken care of those students.
Absolutely. Chancellor?
I was just going to say that maybe we can just ask in the spirit of what the board's asking here, that if in this budget tightening there are programs you're about to put on that list that perhaps, because it may take a while to get this policy written, assume there's nothing wrong with that, that a president just giving a heads up of their thinking, that if that would be, of interest, we don't need a motion for that. But if because a lot of presidents are managing a very dynamic situation, from sprinklers to courses, that in the spirit of that, if there's something you think hits that level, we're not talking about a BA in biology, but that we would just have the courtesy of communicating that with you.
And just to be clear, right now, our policy does require that any academic program removed from course offerings, that requires notification to the chancellor, as well as a plan that accommodates enrolled students, the rationale and supporting documentation from the institution, from their governance structure. So that's already in place, and it, the factors have to be listed in terms of, is it funding, is it facilities, student enrollment, are there just not demand for this course? So we have this in place now. I think it's just getting it on our agenda as a notification item.
Oh, I guess what I'm getting to is there is some cost if a president started to put his credibility to shut something down, and then, we redirect him otherwise. So I'm talking about early thinking, kind of early, pre-processing information, like getting a sense of the board. And we had this long discussion in the Academic Affairs Committee that maybe there's certain programs that are such a threshold, they're only offered in one place in the whole state. And so this would be very, very sensitive, to come forward. Smaller ones less so. But I'm just saying, in the spirit of working together while we work the policy out, I'm glad to, communicate in an accelerated way with you on that.
Dr. Malker?
One question about Dickinson. Is Dr. Mitchell here? Yes. Still? On eliminating the Bachelor of Arts in biology and chemistry, was that just because most of your students are in the Bachelor of Science?
We have very few students in the Bachelor of Arts and just trying to clean that up, and yes, we have not. The majority of our students are all going for BS degrees.
Well, the reason I bring it up, I have a niece that's going to medical school, and she graduated with a Bachelor of Arts from North Dakota State University. And I just want to make sure that we are not eliminating any potential students that want to go through a Bachelor of Arts type of system to get on to professional school.
No, that's actually a very good statement, and the possibility is still there to have the BA and BS as a track within a particular major, but there's no reason to count them as double majors.
Any additional comments or questions?
Well,
Dr. Murphy?
yeah, just to clarify, because you may have this as well, question, Kevin, is that we discussed extensively on the music, what they're doing is they're combining it into one major with tracks. And so if somebody wanted to do vocal or choir, directing, and that kind of music education major, that all that was still in place. So we discussed these extensively to make sure there was no negative impact on students. I mean, we spent a considerable amount of time. And what's really nice is with Mike on the committee, we get a really good K-12 perspective as well. And so I not speaking for the whole committee, just myself, but we did extensively look at these, and that your concern, it was my first concern, and we talked about it tremendously.
All right, thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Hearing none, I believe we still need a motion for items. There's been a recommendation from committee for agenda items 14 through 17 for approval.
Madam Chair, I'll move items 14 to 17.
Thank you. Second? And Christie.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Ness?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Board Chair Nesset?
Yes. All righty, moving along on our agenda, the next item will be assessment of the meeting and potential future agenda items. I'll take this opportunity just to point out and a recognition to our BSc IT guy who is leaving us, Jordan. Jordan, if you'd stand up. Jordan has been a significant member of the crew since September 2013. His experience and knowledge in the communications industry has been a huge benefit to BSC and, as we all know, to the State Board of Higher Education. Jordan, you are going to be missed. You have been absolutely a professional here, and we acknowledge your hard work. Jordan graduated with an AAS in mass communications, and he will be departing the system here in BSC. So, best wishes, and thank you from the board.
Thanks, it's been fun.
You bet. Great.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck is right. We will go on to, are there any other assessments of the meeting, future? We do have agenda items that came out during the meeting today. I think that's already addressed. Any comments on the meeting? Hearing none. Public comment, we'll move on to that. I will say that we did have Representative Sanford here who was going to share comments as our legislative representative, but he did have to leave due to our long time. Any public comment? Seeing none. Future board meeting, June 16th and 17th. This will be our meeting at Washburn at the Lewis and Clark Interpretive Center. With that, meeting stands adjourned.
Excellent. Thank you.